Summer is here. It's the time to get up close with the biggest games headed our way, along with first looks at what next-gen consoles have to offer. And if you want non-stop coverage, IGN is the place to be. Welcome to Summer of Gaming, a multi-day streaming event jam-packed with huge reveals, jaw-dropping new trailers, exclusive gameplay footage, and our first looks at what next-gen holds for the future of gaming. Today, we change the game with the first ever IGN Expo, home to some of the biggest gaming announcements of the year, but first, world-famous speedrunner Xamide shows that he's literally faster than hell when it comes to beating Doom Eternal. Strap in, kick back, and get ready. IGN Summer of Gaming is here.
Hello, I'm Mark Medina, and welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. All summer long, we're bringing you the latest on new games, never-before-seen gameplay, world premiere trailers, and next-gen console news from big names like Sony, EA, and many more. But that's definitely not all. IGN Expos, we have 4 of them. Each one is a conference that we put together filled with super concentrated exclusives and reveals. The first IGN Expo will start right after this, and there's another one tomorrow with Sony's Future of Gaming Showcase. And look out for Friday the 16th when we'll be hosting an Animal Crossing New Horizons charity stream. IGN's Brian Altano will take us on tours of a ton of celebrity islands. You can see it all wherever you stream IGN or live on your TVs. Tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus. For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag, where you can watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments. Right now, we're kicking things off. I think the best part of Summer of Gaming is the charity speedruns. We'll be racing against the clock, and the whole time, we're asking you to donate to the World Health Organization and the Bell Project charities. The World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the presumption of innocence. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 or swag from companies like Bethesda. Donors who give more than $50 will have a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Click the donation links in the description of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to give. Well, I didn't exactly speedrun that intro, but let's get the actual speedrun started. I'm joined now by GDQ's Jay Hobbs, who will be helping me commentate these speedruns all summer long. Jay Hobbs, I just spoke for an hour. I'm so glad that I'm not the only one here now. Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Thanks for having me on as a guest here. I always love commentating speedruns, and I'm happy to be here repping GDQ. And really, I'm just super excited to watch Doom Eternal get destroyed in front of our eyes.
I know. The first time I beat Doom Eternal, it took over 10 hours. And I'm about to watch it start to finish, get done, and he says an hour and a half. And when I say he, I mean the speedrunner, who's also here, Xamide. Hello, buddy. How are you? There he is.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. All right, Xamide. What running Doom Eternal? There's a ton of different categories. Which one are we going for today?
So today we're going for no major glitches, which means that you won't be seeing any boss destruction in 1 second, and you won't be able to see any out of bounds or any super jumps as well. So yeah,
awesome.
Basically we're playing the game normally, but super fast, with some techniques that you might have not seen before.
Yeah. I would assume so. Okay, so basically what's going to happen now is we have an hour and 40 minutes right now until the IGN Expo 1 starts. Is that enough time to beat Doom Eternal from the beginning?
1.5, yeah.
He's so just confident.
Giving himself a 10-minute, handicap on it. He's just ready. I love it.
It's gonna be easy, guys. Don't worry.
He's like, oh, guys, I got work in an hour and a half. Let me just, beat Doom Eternal from the beginning. Let's just. All right, well, let's go. Let's get this going. Let's get the speed run started, and let's hope you finish in time.
All right. So yes, we're going to start the game on the easiest difficulty for the fastest times. All the speedruns are usually done on the easiest difficulty, unless
Okay.
stated otherwise. And I'm just gonna let the cutscene play.
Why not? We gotta
Why not?
get the backstory.
Yeah,
Or we'll never
we could
know what's
skip this
happening.
cutscene for like 2-minute time save, but we won't need the 2 minutes.
Don't need the 2 minutes. Listen to this guy.
He doesn't even need the 2 minutes.
Just got to catch this opening cutscene. So Xamide, how long have you been running? Have you been running Doom Eternal basically since day one?
Right. Yeah. So I started speedrunning like the second week. The Doom Eternal came out. So I've been speedrunning this game for 3 months consistently. I'm currently holding first place in any percent category, and I'm also going for the first place in no major glitches.
Wow.
And I gotta just shout out right now that the donations are already coming through. We're already at $241, and we're still in the opening cutscene. So that's that makes me happy to see.
I wonder how high that total can get before this cutscene has ended and the speedrun has actually started. That's amazing.
Man, it's so cool. You can see the donations pop up. Everything's great. I already knew about that, but I don't know. Seeing it actually live, we were doing tests, and it was just a guy named John donating crazy amounts of money over and over. So it's weird to actually see action. That's awesome. Well, thanks for joining, everybody. I'm going to have YouTube and Twitch chats open, and I am more than happy to shout out any questions you guys have for any of us, for Xamide. Make sure everything is going good. And just a reminder, you see the timer. It's below J-Hobs there. That's when IGN Expo 1 starts. Right now, this is charity speedrun, counting down to that. Who's that man? Doom Man.
The Doom Slayer. The Zoom guy in this context, because we're going too fast.
So Xamide, did you run Doom 2016?
No, I tried to learn it, but I did not quite like it as much as Doom Eternal.
Yeah, so what is it about Doom Eternal that kind of sucked you in and got you wanting to run this one?
So yeah, the amount of new stuff you can do, like flame belch, grenades, all that stuff. There's much more mechanics compared to Doom 2016, where you can just shoot. Here you can dash and do lots of stuff.
Yeah, my thing was the dash is what really sets this game apart.
Mm-hmm. It's super fun. I really like the flame belch too that you were talking about. I think that's just super fun, having a big powerful melee and everything. But you're just already speeding on through.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Here we take sticky bombs because it's the best upgrade early on. And we're gonna.
I think I used sticky bombs like my entire playthrough as well, because it's fun. Because what's the other option? The other option is the
full auto shotgun,
the quick shot. Yeah.
The one nobody uses.
How important are the various upgrades and stuff throughout the run? Do you kind of just only get one or two, or are you getting them pretty much everywhere you can?
Yeah, basically not all, but quite a few.
Okay.
Only the most important ones.
I guess to mention for somehow, if somebody hasn't played Doom Eternal, which is like, come on, go play this game.
Go play Doom Eternal.
If you haven't,
it's only 2 hours long.
Right? Yeah, exactly. Whenever you see those enemies like flashing, that means that they're kind of vulnerable for a melee execution kill. But why am I talking? Because you're just already speeding.
Yeah, I missed the jump there. Basically, by trying to punch the Kaku Demon, game tries to make us closer to the Kaku Demon, so we get the punch down. But since we missed him, it only gives us massive speed towards the Kaku Demon, and then we are trying to just bypass that window for the fight.
Now, are all the enemy spawns set, or is it actually kind of random where they can show up?
So some arenas have set spawn locations, but for the small demons, at least it's random. Most of the arenas, but for the big ones, it's always the same.
Okay.
How much of the game is like seeing things and reacting to it, or, you know, like just knowing when things are supposed to happen, like spawns and stuff like that?
Sorry, I was trying to focus.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm trying to de-hop at the same time and shoot.
Yeah, so oh, I can, if you still need to focus, I was going to say B-hop refers to bunny hopping for anybody who isn't familiar, which,
Yeah, bunny hopping.
yeah, super common in a lot of FPSs and specifically a lot of stuff around like the Quake and Source Engine eras that allow you to kind of gain speed as long as you're manipulating your camera and also like your jump timing. And it looks like in this game it's mostly based around slopes and stuff, or maybe looking down.
It's kind of tied to frames.
Okay.
For the older versions of the game, which we are currently running. And here we are going to take precision bolt for the heavy rifle. Also, we're
I
gonna
see
cancel
you're-
animation there. For the
I see
pickup
you're
grenade.
running the game at like 250 frames. Like, how important is that to like the speed run itself?
So for no major glitches, not that important. It's just that I've been mostly running any percent where frames absolutely matter. So I'm just used to these settings and high frame rate. So for no major glitches don't require 250 frames.
But it makes the game feel buttery smooth. You gotta.
Yeah.
So you got another arena here. I take it are you kind of waiting for a specific spawn? Do you need to take out the enemies? Is this timed?
Yeah, I
based on
gotta
enemy
take out
types?
the small ones, so the big one spawns, and that soldier was hiding all that time.
Gotcha. It's unbelievable to see just how clean you can do this combat.
I know.
That chainsaw wasn't intentional. Game sometimes.
This is one of those games that I play and I think to myself like, man, I'm pretty good at this. I'm doing pretty good. And then I watch somebody play, and I'm like, never mind, I'm awful. Zekevo in YouTube chat wants to know, how many times do you think you've like played through this game, Xamide?
More than 100 times for sure. We can see it on the live split when I'm usually streaming.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's over 100 times for sure.
And that's, you're saying 100 completed runs or 100 attempts?
Yeah, completed runs.
Wow.
Attempts more than 1,000.
Right.
For
Yeah. 'Cause
any percent.
I was gonna say speedrunners often have to start over again.
We're still on the first level, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And we're already at $626 donated. I'm hoping we can get to 1,000 before you finish the first level. Of course, you could be finishing the first level in mere seconds, so that could be
I still got
that
like
could be a little bit.
a minute and a half.
All right, guys, we got a minute and a half. Let's go.
People can make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
So it looks like the sticky bombs are a favorite for you against the
Yep.
both the cacodemons, which I think are vulnerable to the sticky bombs, right? As long as you shoot them in the mouth.
Yeah.
But then you're also using
sweet.
it.
Kill them.
The
Early on.
donations, they're coming in. They're coming in, guys. They're challenging you, Xamide. Zach Ryan, $100. Oh my gosh, we're at 781. Xamide, you better speed it up. You better get there. iMachine 7 with 20. We're at 801. I'm getting nervous for you.
Now this is where Xamide takes.
iMachine is actually, I recognize he's a viewer on my channel.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yep.
awesome.
That's cool. Thank you
Yeah,
for
it's
donating.
great. This is where Xamide takes an intentional death to give people more time to keep donating, right?
I saw you die a little bit ago, a couple of minutes ago. Was that like intentional? Like, how many intentional deaths
There
are
were
in
no
this?
deaths. Maybe you saw a death warp. Yeah, the death
fall,
warp
yeah.
sometimes it teleports or spawns us at a location, and it's sometimes faster than going there yourself. You can just jump down in a certain spot so that the game teleports you back where you need to be, like closer to that spot.
Yeah, I think graciously
Yeah.
this game doesn't kill you when you fall off the map, right? It just
Yeah,
kind of
that's
respawns.
it.
It like
It just like teleports you back on.
Yeah. makes you lose. some
That's
health.
good.
We're back in the hub world area now, right?
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to see this animation. By switching weapons and grabbing these equipments, you can skip animation, the pickup animations.
It's like I assume that's one of those things where it's like over the course of the run, you're saving probably like
Yeah.
minutes or whatever.
Yeah.
Now, I know
Fabraz with the 25.
there's often a lot of kind of dialogue sections and stuff like that in this hub world. Is that, or they're on the ship? Is that something that you end up having to wait for sometimes, or is it something you can kind
There's
of
a technique that helps us shorten it. You'll see it coming up through this level.
All right. Yeah, and for
There's a
anyone
trick we can use by exiting the menu and quickly resuming the game, which will trigger a black screen, which will skip like 5 seconds of the dialogue.
Oh, okay, cool.
See, like this right here, this looks like you just know where every
these
enemy is
guys-
going to be.
yeah. In this arena, there are predefined spawns. Also, that Kaka demon, he gets stuck in that wall, so he is considered out of bounds, and then he basically just suicides. And we don't have to waste time on him.
That's nice. I'm loving this bunny hopping, man. It looks like the big falls or what are helping to give you a lot of speed, right? And then you're just kind of carrying it along the ground.
Yeah.
So
That's
here
cool.
we took air control room, and instead of watching that animation, we exit the menu and resume.
All right, guys,
so
real
it's
quick.
actually fast.
So we're at 900, and we just got another donation from William. We're at $936. I want to call out some of the big donations we've gotten so far. So from James, we got $100. Thank you so much. We got Chuckle Nuggets for $50. Tycho Pots for $100. Billy Bite for $60. Zach Ryan, I know him, for $100. Baller Bro Joe for $70. It's an awesome name. And Katie Chen for $50. Super cool.
That's awesome. We're
We're
$4
about-
away
we're-
from 1,000.
$4 away. There it is. Oh, Taryn Walker with $100. We blew it out of the water. We're done, guys. Let's go. We're out of here.
That's super cool to see. Always love seeing a lot of money raised for good causes.
Yeah. So everybody, also I want to mention everybody that I just mentioned that's over $50. They just entered for a chance to win a custom IGN Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. That's I'm jealous.
That's cool.
That sounds amazing.
So, Xamide, how did you just kind of like run up that wall, just kind of float up it?
So you can just spam spacebar, and when you try to melee the chains from the other side, the game tries to pull you closer to the chain, so you definitely hit it. So you gain speed towards that spot. So basically, we use spacebar to jump and then melee attack, so that the game gives us speed and we basically just fly towards the chain.
That's cool.
You literally look like you're just flying.
Well, now he's got dash at least, so he's double dash into the air, which is great. You mentioned
Over there, as soon as we picked up the dash, we instantly quit the menu so that we can skip a fight after King Novik's chamber.
and you mentioned you picked up the like enhanced air control earlier. Is that just
Yeah.
to make maneuvering around tight spots a little bit easier, or is that really important for like
For
bunny
sure.
hopping?
Yeah, there's gonna be. It's definitely useful for maneuvering, and there's gonna be a trick coming up. For meat hook slings, we're gonna have insane speed midair, and we're gonna need to have all the air control we can get. So air control is like considered the best rune to get early on, or
Gotcha.
throughout the entire run. It should be active always.
Cool. I see you picked up the heat
It's very
blast
useful.
there.
Yeah, to clear out a lot of fodder demons, the smallest ones.
Makes sense. That heat blast, for anyone who's not familiar, is if you I believe you have to shoot the gun a bit first to kind of charge it up, and then you can unleash like a wave of heat.
Yeah, exactly.
Really close. Oh, that's some cool platforming there. I love.
There's an invisible ledge there, so we can just grab it.
Oh, it's great. I love all the jumps off of the walls, and then just turning 180 midair, just
I know,
all
that's-
casual like.
That's not how swinging works. You don't know. You don't.
Well, it's occasionally been remarked that games are not quite the same as real life. So
What?
sometimes you could actually.
This looks pretty realistic to me.
The betrayal.
Oh my god! Look at that.
They use the speed from the hubs to just skip an entire fight.
That's super cool.
Skipping fights.
That's
Turn
what's really.
dash against the wall to gain fight.
Oh wow, that's what's really cool to me about a no major glitches run like this too, is that you can still find these ridiculously cool skips and stuff, even without having, all these major glitches, which are super fun runs in their own right. Don't get me wrong. I love seeing the dynamic and just all the creativity that comes out. And then of course, just like, really good accuracy with the shooting and everything.
How much of a bummer is it for you to fall into that purple sludge?
I would rather reset the run rather than walking out of it.
Yeah.
Did you? So if anybody remembers, we did a devs react, and it was Xamide's any percent all major glitches speedrun, and Hugo Martin said he wanted to add purple sludge everywhere. Thoughts on this? I would assume that would be a bad thing.
Yeah, how would you feel if they just added a bunch of purple sludge everywhere out of bounds?
We will definitely find a way to move around
See,
the purple sludge.
That's the true speedrunner answer right there. Just be like,
Exactly.
You can put it wherever you want. We're still not going to use it.
That's what's so funny about the devs react is every time a dev says like we want to do this, another dev will often mention that they're like, yeah, but then they'll just find a way around that. Like,
yeah, it's super cool.
Xamide, how much of this speed run, like, how much of it was it like you figuring things out? Have you used a ton of guides? Like, this game's early.
Yeah, since I've been mostly speedrunning any percent, I only came to no major glitches like a few weeks ago, and I've only have like found one minor time save, nothing special, nothing big. I keep
what about
my
for any
focus
percent?
on running the runs instead of glitch hunting.
And then for any
Well,
percent
for this
as well, I
fight-
think. Mark, oh no, you go ahead.
Yeah, for this fight, these big demon spawns are always the same.
Okay, cool. So it's just the small ones that are.
The small ones are the most annoying ones because you have to play hide and seek with them most of the time.
I love the kind of. It's routing in a way when speedrunners often talk about routing, they're generally thinking of where to go from point A to point B to point C. But I like the other side of routing that happens in this game, which is where to use your chainsaw to get ammo back, because it's another core mechanic of the game.
Big part.
Yeah, because you don't want to use it everywhere. You want to use it to get the maximum potential of getting ammo back and stuff, and you only have so many uses and stuff. So it's cool to see where you
this
put
black
that.
screen is intentional, by the way. That's the exit menu trick we use to skip the dialogue. But for this event specifically, since it's real-time timer, it won't matter much.
Yeah, and back in the kind of hub world, I always call it a hub world because that's
it's called Fortress.
That's how I think of it.
The Fortress of Doom. I love the Fortress of Doom.
So I saw you were maybe picking some stuff up or moving around. Are you gonna pick up any of those like extra upgrade points that are around the fortress?
We're gonna do challenge, not the fortress rewards. No, we're not gonna pick any of those.
But you do, of course, have to do the scripted challenge here and stuff.
Yeah, for any percent, even any person doesn't know how to skip this fight yet.
Ooh, okay.
All right, guys. If you can believe it already, we're already to almost $2,000. Let's get that. Let me go ahead and call out. We'll do this GDQ style. I'll go ahead and call out some of the bigger ones we've gotten over the past few minutes here. So we got Taryn Walker with 100. Thank you. Stephen Liggy with 50. William Figueroa with 50. iMachine 7. That was the guy you said you knew, right?
Yeah.
He donated $80. Y Pro 25, which assuming is somebody I know, she donated $100. And Todinia $51. And Beans with another $50. So just a reminder that anybody on that list, except for Y Pro 25, gets a chance to win a Summer of Gaming Xbox One X, almost to $2,000. Let's get some hype in the chat, boys. Let's get.
That's great. You've also now learned the woes of every host at GDQ ever trying to pronounce names when reading them for the first time.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, let's just go for these.
Oh man, the flame milk's just taking care of all the small fry there.
I know we're eventually going to see Marauders, and Marauders have been like a big thing. Are they just like nothing to you?
Yeah. We got rocket launcher, so he's nothing. You're gonna see one cool trick against the Marauders.
Oh,
Okay.
great. I can't wait.
I notice you aren't using the like melee execution kills very often. Is it just too slow to do that, or do you not really need
Yeah.
the benefit?
Currently, we don't have the quick execution rune, so there's no point in doing that.
Okay. Yeah, I did forget there is the rune for that.
The only reason we do executions is to charge up butt punch,
Okay.
and once we get the quick execution rune, that's when we're gonna do some executions if needed for the butt punch.
Just taking care of this like it's nothing. That's amazing.
We just got a
Actually,
string. We just got like a string of donations, so that's awesome. I want to real quick remind everybody, don't forget that all summer gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and Bail Project charities. The World Health Organization's COVID-19 response fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic, where the Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the presumption of innocence. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. If you give more than $50, like James Chuckle Nuggets and Tycho Pots, they put the hard names in there, you'll be entered for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. So be sure to click the donation links in the description of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to donate. We already have $2,142, and we're barely partway through the first game, so that's super awesome. Yeah, and our top donator right now. Here we go, Lamarcadia with 187.47 cents. I don't know where that. That's a random number, but it's a high number, so we'll take it.
Now, for a while there, you were at low health, Xamide. Are you ever... I mean, you're just casually moving through all the enemies and stuff at low health. Are you ever in fear of just a random snipe from one of the small fry while you're just moving past everything?
That rarely happens.
Really?
And,
Okay.
looks like we're gonna get slow spawns from some of the soldiers. Sometimes this happens, but it's not a big issue.
Yeah, do you ever have an issue where you just like J-Hobbs is saying, like you took a death that you didn't expect? You're like, oh, my health was low and some guy just got me or something like that.
There are no deaths usually throughout the entire run because difficulty is just too easy.
Yeah.
Even if you're going too fast. So you don't have to worry much about taking damage. As long as you know how to use Flame Belch and how to survive.
He says as he immediately gets back down to low health. I love that. Timing on that.
What is like one of the more stressful parts of the run? Like, do you see like it? Have you already passed it, or is there still a lot of stressful things coming up?
So Icon of Sin definitely. Like the last battle because
the final boss.
The final boss. I did not freeze the spider there. You can freeze them where they spawn, so they are considered out of bounds and they die themselves.
Oh, neat. Yeah, it's cool to see the freeze actually get used. I feel like that was an underutilized power up by a lot of people.
Oh, you just... That was rude. You chopped that guy in half.
The chainsaw for refilling ammo.
I love the chainsaw. It's so good. All right, Xamide, we got a minute. We got an hour. I almost said a minute and 15 seconds left. That would have been bad. We got an hour and 15. How confident are we? We good?
100%, yeah. There's one small soldier remaining. Yep, he was playing hide and seek.
So with that, how important are audio cues in this game? Like, is there anything where you need to worry, especially when there's just somebody kind of hiding around? Are you generally listening to find them, or do you just kind of know where you're going to
helps. Sometimes imps, for example, they don't make much sound. They just hide in the corner. Good luck finding them. But yeah, most of the demons make a lot of sound, and you don't usually use any sound cues to find them, since all the arenas are quite open.
Just wiping out a lot of the followers here. I like how you get the little foreshadowing tease. The priest there. Snipe one on the way out, why not?
Did you have to kill that guy? Do you have to kill everybody?
Not at all.
That's also what I love about Speedrunner is whenever the game gives you like an elevator or something else where you just gotta wait, they're always gonna find something to do.
Yeah. There's this elevator in Destiny 2 that like has you just like going up this elevator, and you don't have to kill like any of the bad guys, but I always like make it a point to try to see how many I can kill like as I'm leaving, or I was watching a speedrun for a devs react for Half-Life 2, and every time you're in a room where like somebody's just talking, they're always like building stuff, like they're just using the physics to try to like build houses and stuff like that.
Yeah, just I feel like that's a super common thing with Source Engine games where people just start going and picking up random items and stacking them on top of each other.
I mean, you got to do something to like kill the time, because like, I speedrun one game, Mario 64. Luckily, there's no downtime with that game where you're really ever like waiting for anything. But like, even if there is like a couple of seconds where you're not doing something, you feel compelled to just like still be moving.
Yeah.
J-Hobbs, you speedrun a few games, right?
Yeah, I've speedrun a ton of different games.
Oh my god.
Yeah, a whole bunch of different stuff. Lately, I've been mostly focusing on my show for the Games That Quick Hotfix, The First Step, where we actually did an episode on Doom Eternal. I have taken my hand at trying to speedrun Doom Eternal. What we do with that show is basically show people that anybody can speedrun. So we take a game that we played as kids, or maybe we've never played it before, and we just play it once before the show, and then we just speedrun it without looking anything up. Just to show, like, if you're just trying to go fast and you're thinking about going fast at every point in the game, you'd be amazed how quickly you can get through it. Now, I didn't get through Doom Eternal in our 4 or 5 hour limit. Not quite like Xamide here. But we always love looking up the strats afterwards and then seeing like, oh man, we could have done this so much better, and all that kind of thing. It's super cool.
Where did that donation come from? A donation just came through that said Mark is addicted to Mario 64. And I didn't see how much the amount was, but that's a great username. I might steal that.
Is it inaccurate, though?
No, 100%. It is 100% accurate. I had one of my coworkers, we jumped into a meeting, and she's like, hey, my friend wants to know when the last time you played Mario 64 was. And I was like, literally an hour ago. Like, when you speedrun a game, even if you have, like, I don't know, 30 minutes to kill, I find myself just like turning it on just to like practice a bit, or just move around and, you know, de-rust.
16 star runs, man. They're great. They're nice and short. Okay, now I've already seen you use the grappling hook here, Xamide, after you pretty much like just got it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so how useful is that?
Just for I screwed up there. So the mid hook is going to be pretty crucial for this part, or not this part, but this entire run. And there's going to be lots of cool tricks with the mid hook.
Yeah, I found that was definitely one of my favorite additions to the game. I also
Meat
I
Hook
love
was my nickname in high school.
I love the enemies that you can basically go bowling with by just knocking them into all the other enemies and making them explode.
This is a quick
Xamide,
one.
is now a good time to read some donations?
Sure.
Cool. I don't know which ones I've read. I don't think I've read any of these, so I'm just gonna go for it. So just a reminder, we're pushing almost at 3,000. So I'm gonna say let's get to 4,000. We're gonna skip right past 3,000, get straight to 4,000. But for right now, we have Mary Washington, $75, Sojourn Soldier for $60, Jody Sherling for $50, Modulus Joe for $100, Holiday Styles for $55.55. I love the random. I love the change. I love it. Michael C for $50, Aaron Daywood for $200. I had a Daewoo growing up, a Daewoo Lanos from Pineapple Express. Okay, here we go. Gina Vidal Blade donated $69.69. Nice. BGZ donated $50. Mick Darmax $50, and Remorse another $50. All of those people entered to win a Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. I haven't seen the Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. I need to see this thing.
I don't own an Xbox One X. I should get in on this.
There you go. Yeah, I haven't seen it. 4,000. I'm seeing in the chat. I'm seeing 4,000 by 12:30. That seems attainable. That's 8 minutes away. That's a. We'll be done with the game by then. We're already
built yourself a nice little ramp there.
Sorry. Back to the gameplay.
So Holiday Style is the one who donated. He's also a viewer of mine. I recognize that now.
Holiday Styles, yeah,
Thank
he
you.
did the 55 and 55 cents. I love when, I don't know why, I like when people do the change. It seems like unnecessary, and so it's like just the extra effort. I appreciate it. I just do.
Well, I love it when you get to use it to like reference something. Like we have people all the time who will donate where the number that they donated is like the personal best time for the runner who's on screen or something at that time. Super cool.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Mario Slide Times donate like $12.70 or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
That's super good. I like that.
So Zaman, you mentioned you're working on trying to get world record in this category after tackling any percent. What's your current PB and like about where are you on the leaderboard right now?
So 1 hour 22 minutes and I don't remember how many seconds. We got it just today on stream. So
wow.
We're like
Wait,
1 minute.
You got the world record?
No. We're 1 minute and 30 seconds behind world record.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm working on it.
Is
That's
this
awesome.
the run?
For sure not. I can already tell it now.
The confidence.
At least
Couple
we're
of
gonna
falls.
beat the timer.
I know you're also using. I don't remember if this is what it's actually called. I always called it the plasma rifle because that's what it reminds me of. But you're using
plasma gun or something.
Plasma gun. Okay, yeah, you're using that on the shields a lot. I know that's one of the intended game
Yeah.
mechanics. Is that something? Does the explosion help you out there, or is it really just to kind of deal with that shield?
It's the fastest way to deal and the cheapest. Instead of
cheapest, okay.
using rockets, because rockets can be used in different places for bigger demons.
Yeah, so I imagine you've got kind of like a priority tier list of what weapons you want to use against what enemies, depending on how much ammo you got, right?
Yeah.
That's cool. Are the ammo drops random? Like I know there's a lot of kind of set ones around the world, but when you're using the chainsaw and stuff, is it random what ammo you're gonna get?
It's always the same kind and same amount. You get all the, for all the weapons basically you get set amount of ammo each time you chainsaw.
I never noticed.
Do you
that.
try to like switch your guns a lot? That way you're, when you do the chainsaw, you're getting like the most amount of ammo as you can, you know?
You're getting like maximum efficiency. Whoa!
Yeah. Whoa! What the heck was that?
That was the meat hook sling. Yeah, we try to make the fuel usage and ammo usage as efficient as possible.
Okay.
Mm.
Man, yeah,
So
those
the
meat
grenade
hooks,
here is to stagger the pinky, so you can shoot him in the back easily.
Jesus.
yeah, the pinky enemies, for anybody who's not familiar, you can only hit them from the back, and they like to charge
Yeah.
at you, and it's really obnoxious.
Question: Do you ever feel bad for the demons?
Not for imps, carcass demons, and someone. I'm
No.
sure there are more annoying demons I'm forgetting. While I'm trying to slaughter all of them.
Right, yeah, while you're just focusing on this arena. I think I remember this arena being one of the ones where I started having a little bit of trouble myself personally, but I started realizing just how fun this game was because you have the meat hook at that point, you've got the flame belt, you've got, I think you've got the blood punch, right?
Yeah,
and
maybe.
you just have so many tools at your disposal, but it's still
Yeah,
like,
that's why I like the game.
yeah, it's
So
still
many
difficult.
things you can master.
Yeah, it's like I feel like every second you're like using a different weapon, or I think the most impressive thing I'm seeing, the meat hook slings are super cool, but it's like the quick scoping is really like impressive, and it's something that my old 32-year-old brain would never be able to do.
I'm sure you will be able to do it with enough practice.
Just casually landing on top of the platforming thing out there, by
Sure.
the way, so that he doesn't have to grab the wall. That's great. Love
How
all
many
these.
Well,
how
this
many hours
platforming-
do you think you've already put into this game?
Judging by Steam, 300.
Wow.
That's not too bad. That's a lot. That's a lot since the game's only been out for a few months. That's
But that's impressive. Like, that's even less than I think a lot of people would think. And for how good you are at the game, so it's impressive
Yeah.
how quickly you can get good. I definitely was not trying to say that at the same time as you messing up a trick.
Yeah, this one is pretty precise. There's like an invisible floor you can, like a pixel you can stand on.
oh weird. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what's happening here, but you made it happen.
So what did you just grab from that like relic looking thing there?
The slow motion when holding right click, because that's gonna help us get more speed from our meat hook swing.
Oh, really? Okay.
Since it's gonna be in slow motion, there's some physics stuff going on.
Right. Yeah, I love when time dilation can like affect the physics of a game in ways that the developers never expected.
And you're
Yeah,
gonna
so that's my
see
next question. Do you ever feel bad for the developers for like destroying their game?
Yeah, I'm mostly running the game, like the existing found glitches, so I'm usually not the one who's finding these. So I don't feel bad.
So you're safe from scrutiny.
That upwards meat hook sling looked really cool.
I'm seeing a question from Steel Rose. I'm from Latvia, and this is the cool trick.
Oh man, look at that! Oh, that's ridiculous. And then into hop to keep that momentum going.
Jeez.
Just changing direction midair too. When you turned back there, did you have to like get to a certain point to hit an invisible trigger at all, or was that just conveniently kind of how you were going to be able to curve in there? Was going out that far?
Yeah, there's a huge invisible wall, so I had to curve around it.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's
So
something.
I won't have a blood punch for this fight, which will make it super easy. We're just gonna spam shotgun and precision bolt until he dies.
That's ridiculous. This, I think, was probably the boss fight I had the most trouble with. Just something
This guy had pretty easy. Now watch the other two. They're gonna die.
The guy like he spent his whole career getting ready for that fight.
Oh my god. How
Yeah.
already in the flying mode because these enemies have like 2 phases.
Yeah.
And he's already down. Oh my god.
The other one is trying to escape, obviously. After
He's
seeing
trying to
what happened to
escape.
his friend.
He's like,
Yeah.
no. He's like, I just saw what happened. I'm out of here. Well,
I'd be running too, man.
he didn't make it.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see. What level was that? How many levels in are we already?
So that was the 4th level, and I think there are 13 levels in the game.
Okay. And we have an hour left. So I'm going to go ahead and do a little bit of housekeeping here. If you're just joining us, welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. You're right on time because Xamide is currently trying to break the world record for Doom Eternal speedrun. He already said that that's not going to happen. While he does, don't forget to donate to the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund and the Bail Project by clicking on the links in the video description. It's part of our charity speedrun challenge, our way of helping reunite families combat COVID-19 and count down to IGN Expo 1 of 4. All donors have a chance to win awesome codes and prizes, and anyone who gives over $50, which a lot of people have already, has a shot at winning a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X that I have not seen, but really want to. As for Expos, think of them as IGN's very own 4-part press conference, chock full of exclusive game trailers, announcements, first looks, interviews, reveals. Expo 2 is on deck for tomorrow, as well as Sony's Future of Gaming reveal stream. Can we just talk about how excited I am for tomorrow, because that Sony thing is going to be nuts.
I'm a big Sony fan, man. So I'm looking forward. Especially because I'm a Spider-Man speedrunner, and we saw that first glimpse of the PS5 where they showed the load times just drop by like 20 seconds on one cutscene. It was like, oh
yes,
so nice.
Oh, it's going to be so good. You can see it all wherever you stream IGN or live on your TV by tuning into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus. And for even more Summer of Gaming content, follow IGN on TikTok and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag. The last part is me supposed to be asking Xamide if we have a shot at the record. How are we doing, Xamide? Are we gonna make it?
Yeah, definitely.
We're gonna make it, boys.
Not a single doubt.
Yeah, J Hobbs is from GDQ. Sorry, just reading some of the chat. He is.
Yes. Yeah, I'm actually, I do a lot of commentary for GDQ, but I actually am the interview coordinator at GDQ. So all the like pre-show stuff and the interview stuff, that's what I head up. But commentary is like one of my favorite things to do, man. So I love doing it.
Yeah. Back to tomorrow. That PlayStation thing's gonna be nuts. I'm so excited for that.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
Xamide, are you a PS4 guy at all?
No,
PlayStation guy?
not at all.
PC
Not at all.
Master Race. Is that
Only
what
PC.
yeah, there we go.
What are you gonna do? And then tomorrow we have Brian Otto. He's gonna play Titanfall 2, which is gonna be sick.
Yeah, that's a cool run too. That has a lot of super fun physics stuff like bunny hopping, similar to Doom Eternal. And I believe Brian Otto also ran Doom Eternal.
Yeah, he did all collectibles category.
Yeah.
Jeez, how long does that one take?
1 hour 40 minutes around that time. I haven't been following it much.
Is that in-game time?
Without loads, yeah, in game time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Plus
little
that
bit-
one I think allows some glitches and stuff, right? So the no major glitches is it's like wild how close those two are to each other. Look at all
I'll
this
go ahead and
interesting-
read some quick donations here. We're at $3,252.30. Aaron Daywood right now is the top donator at $200. Then we have Coach Furatu at $75, an anonymous person at $50, Big Gig at $100, and Edmar Davis at $50. So a lot of action.
Yeah, super cool to see.
Yeah, 4K is it's right around the corner. Right around the corner, guys. Let's do it.
I believe it. I believe we got it. So now this level, if I'm remembering correctly, kind of has like a bunch of different keys that you got to pick up, right?
Yeah.
Like 3 different paths, I think, or something like that. That kind of have you looping
Yeah,
back
we're
around.
going for all of them.
Okay. Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up. Are there any keys you skip in this, or do you got to kind of go through all of them? Because this was definitely a tense part of the game. You also picked up, I don't remember the name of the weapon, but I saw you using a lot of shots backwards to boost yourself forward with, this weapon you've got now.
Probably.
Jeez.
Yeah.
This level is a maze, so watching it for the first time is gonna be very confusing.
Yeah.
I think I remember getting lost in this level. I don't remember. I think it was one of those things where I was just walking past a door I didn't see. That happens. It happens to the best of us.
I just love the quick flicks backwards to then start moving forwards again. Do you have like, do you find that you have to use a really high sensitivity in this game in order to do that, or do you maybe even switch your sensitivity around when you need to do those kinds of tricks?
No, I don't switch sensitivity, and it's really preference,
Right.
the person playing. So I'll need help here, or else I'm gonna die.
I have
I'm
someone in
gonna
chat
climb this
asking,
lava lake.
Xamide, what your favorite category in the game is. Well, I'll wait for you to finish walking off this lava waterfall.
So
you know.
I think it was any percent, but now I'm enjoying no major glitches more because I played any percent for so long.
Right. Easy to get a little burnt out.
That's something that, like, when it comes to like speedrunners, is like I would do 16 star, and then it's like I would change it up, and I'm like, I'm gonna practice 70 star, and then like that's what I get into. It's kind of like, I don't know if I have a favorite category for Mario.
Yeah,
I think I just
exactly.
It's like when I need a break from one, I start doing the other, and then I'm like, this is my favorite category.
Right. Yeah.
And then I switch back, and I'm like, never mind, this is my favorite category.
I've had some games where my favorite category is like too long to run consistently. So there'll be games where, like Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy, Crash 3 for that. I love 108%. It's super fun, but it's also a lot longer and like brutally difficult compared to any percent at times. So I would still just like run any percent way more.
Xamide, I would assume that Doom Eternal is not like okay, 2 questions. Part 1, what made you want to start running Doom Eternal?
Yeah, I really enjoyed the casual playthrough, and also at that time, at the release time, I was watching lots of speedrun related videos on YouTube, and it really made me like interested in this kind of stuff. And I just jokingly said that I'm gonna start speedrunning in Doom Eternal, and then I actually was doing decent enough, and then yeah, it all went uphill there.
And now, according to our intro sizzle, you're world famous for running Doom Eternal, so that's great.
Yeah, that's cool. That's very cool.
Second part was, I would assume Doom Eternal is not like the first game you've speedrun. Like, what are some games in the past that you've speedran, like seriously?
Seriously, none, not a single game. Only
Really?
Celeste one run, and it wasn't like an amateur attempt. But Doom Eternal is the first game I actually consistently speedrun.
I'm sorry, I missed it. You said Celeste?
Yeah, Celeste. I did like one run with like sloppy practice.
Celeste is another great speedrun. Another great game.
Okay.
That's unbelievable to get to be the first speedrun that you've taken seriously and then just like top the charts.
Yeah, I'm just I play a lot of FPS games, so maybe that experience.
I was gonna ask, we got to get you out on playing like Valorant or Overwatch or something, just destroying everybody.
Those are the type of games I don't enjoy since they're slow paced. And Doom Eternal is the opposite.
It's super quick.
Guys, I want to remind everybody that by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. I like Bethesda. I'm a big Fallout fan. And if you can give more than $50, like a lot of people have, you'll be entered for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Be sure to click the donut link. The donut link. I need donuts. I got donuts on the brain. The donation links in the description of the video player, or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to donate. We're at $3,500, so it's pretty good. I'll take it. Somebody in the chat saying I love Mario 64. They knew I would see that. Everybody's really happy I said donut link as well. I'm sorry.
Sometimes you got them on the brain, man. It's what happened.
I need donuts now.
I was gonna ask back when
Oh,
when
they died there.
Oh
I was gonna
no!
chainsaw the Mancubus. It's okay though.
Yeah, those make
I
you
didn't
forgot.
have blood punch there.
Yeah, I
as
saw you
well.
trying to use that. The melee and it just wasn't quite.
I think I used
Didn't
it
have a
on
charge
Super
up.
Bonus Summer.
Gotcha. Are you actually shooting through that barrier sometimes?
It doesn't work in this version of the game,
Oh, okay.
and they fixed it in the newer ones.
Gotcha.
Oof.
Yeah,
I forget how gory this game is, but it looks so good.
It does look so good. I was gonna ask you, Mark, back when Xamide was climbing that waterfall, that lava waterfall, if that gave you any flashbacks to SM64 Lethal
Oh,
Lava Land
100
waterfall bounce.
100%. Whoever came up with that is a Mario 64 speedrun fan, and they're like, "Hey, does the lava boost work in Doom Eternal?" Turns out, half of Doom Eternal is made from Mario 64's code. Nobody knows that. This has been fun facts with Mark Medina.
One of the many first looks you're gonna get here on the IGN Summer of Gaming.
That's right. They looked at Mario 64's code and they're like, what can we make with this?
Cool platforming there. You just kind of got another jump off that beam, right? Off that
Yeah,
little steel beam.
lots of movement, like tough to perform tricks with the movement.
Yeah. So this jumping
since you can do
upwards.
so much stuff.
That was actually something I also noticed because I mentioned I tried to run this like in a very, very sloppy way, and I noticed you could jump up the parts of the wall that you could cling onto, and it can help you skip a lot of stuff. So that's really cool to see that it gets used pretty heavily in the speedrun.
What is that thing you're using? So that's the ballista, right? And you're using that to like propel you forward?
Yeah. It gives you a knockback, like 30
Oh, I
meters per second speed. Pretty big boost, so it's
Yeah.
very useful to keep moving fast around.
It reminds me of like grenade jumping in Team Fortress 2 and stuff.
We were watching Brian Otto play Titanfall last night in preparation for tomorrow, and he was doing the same type of deal. I kept seeing him turn his gun and like shoot, and it was like giving him like propulsion of some sort.
Yeah, you can often find when you speedrun a bunch of different games that there's a lot of commonality between games within the same genre. Like sometimes a lot of different tricks. I mean, bunny hopping, for example, is something that is done in different ways in a lot of games, but still exists in a bunch of different ones.
Yeah, and lava boosting. That's
Yes, and of course, lava boosting. Oh, that guy was just giving you trouble, just kind of hiding away, right? He didn't really want to.
Yeah, I accidentally used the ice bomb before, so I couldn't get rid of the pinky very easily there.
Yeah, Pinky seemed like one of the more obnoxious ones to deal with here in a speedrun. Is that true, or is there an enemy that's like
There are
much
some
more-
tricks, but I'm just bad. We can use the heat wave to stagger them, or just a regular grenade.
Okay,
There's a bunch of like tricks you can do,
gotcha.
but there's also lots of other different enemies. You have to like remember all of this stuff at once.
Yeah.
I just
Doing
love it. I
combat.
just love that spider just clashes through the window, and he's like, "Time to take this man down." Just like gets wrecked.
All right, so
Oh,
now
man.
you've got like the kind of fury thing, right? So everything goes down in one hit.
Yeah, and I'm trying to find snakes, but they're running away.
Notice you were jumping
And
up in
when
the air.
they're standing in like a crowd, then it's hard to. Then
Right. And it looks like you're jumping up in the air before attacking a lot of things. Is that just for a quicker execution animation?
yeah, I think the jumping from the top is actually faster than trying to rip their heads off.
Right.
Also, cool trick incoming if I manage to land it.
Look at that.
The
double
Yep,
boost.
you
yeah.
got it.
The double.
Wow. That was
Also, yeah, the Marauder is gonna die pretty quickly now. We're gonna use the ice bomb to trick him.
How's okay?
Oh, well, yeah. No,
So
this
he's
was-
trying to
goes.
block the ice bomb, and at the same time, you can shoot him in the back with the lock-on burst.
What?
That was it?
Yeah.
What the?
Okay, I'm done.
You know,
I need
just-
to get out of here.
Out of anger, I gotta read some donations now. Magic Maker $100. Voldari $59.99 plus tax. Justin Blair Halloran $50. Bilbo 800 with $50, and Maximo Luis with $52. All entered to win a Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Oh yeah, also, we're almost to $4,000, guys. I saw somebody in the chat say 4,000 by 1 p.m. So
Yeah,
this is me
let's
snapping.
do it.
I don't know if my microphone's picking it up, but let's do it.
Let's make it happen. I got a question for you, Mark. How disappointed are you when you do see something like the IGN custom Xbox One X that you're ineligible to win that kind of thing?
Dude, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
We've done. There was the coolest. I ran an event for Devil May Cry 5 back when it first came out, and one of the prizes somebody could win was a custom. It was like V's book or whatever, and it was an Xbox One X. It was like his book that he has in the game, and I was like, I want. What if we just don't announce that we have this? Well, what about you? You do GDQ. There's tons of prizes.
Yeah, I was gonna say I ended up winning a couple prizes before I was staff, and the common joke among us is that they brought me on as staff so that way I would stop winning the prizes. But it's always unbelievable when you get to see some of the really cool stuff and just sit there and go like, oh man, I'm glad somebody gets to enjoy this, but I'm sad it can't be me.
Yeah, it's like I'm super happy people are donating. I'm like more than happy to give away prizes, and you're like, man, I'm super happy with what we were able to come up with. And yeah, some of my favorite segments of like GDQ is like seeing all the prizes, especially since you guys always do like really like dumb skits and stuff around them.
Oh yeah, Sent the prize man. He's fantastic. He's a great buddy, and he works like I work with him pretty closely on all the interviews and the pre-show and stuff, and he's a blast to work with.
Yeah, I've never been to a GDQ.
You gotta correct that.
I know. It's every time one gets announced, I always think to myself like I want to go to one. I have been to a Cali-thon. That was pretty fun.
That's cool. I like the vertical meat hook swing there, Xamide, to just get some extra height.
Helps us skip a small bit.
Now,
going inside and outside of those pillars.
Now you just got the BFG just taking care of everything, right?
Yeah, that's the fastest.
That's the gun he'll use for the rest. Yeah. Xamide, we got 42 minutes. How we looking, man?
Still good. No
Still
worries.
good.
I
Trying to find out.
You boosted really hard there, but then it looked like you kind of stopped
Yeah, I
your air
missed
moment.
out a bit. I hit the invisible wall. There, so that sometimes happens.
Yeah, I was
Wait,
wondering
this game has invisible walls?
Yeah, to stop players from accessing certain parts.
Another
of
thing
the
from
game.
Mario 64.
Mario, I was gonna say, this level's just TikTok clock. Everybody knows that.
I'm starting to be more and more convinced that this Doom Eternal and Mario 64 is just this is Mario 64 remake. This is,
yes.
So here we load checkpoint to remove one of the invisible walls, so that we can skip the cutscene straight to the cannon.
Oh, here we go. Awesome.
So
Anytime.
the ballista can also give us height if we shoot downwards and jump at the same time.
Anytime I see you turn your camera around the other way, I'm just like, oh, here we go. It's gonna happen. Yep, there we go. You're just gonna see a big boost. Look at that. That's unbelievable. Just
And
barely
this is
getting.
one of the most annoying tricks because it rarely works.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's not expected, but it's okay.
Let's
We
get
need a
let's
BFG
get some
card anyways.
let's get some L's in the chat, boys.
Oh, there we go.
At least we reached that part. That's good.
Yeah, it's a cool backup strat. Like you said, it gets you the BFG ammo at least, right? So that helps you
Yeah.
out later. It's always nice when backup strats can kind of mitigate the time loss from an initial strat and also save you time later. So that way it really reduces how big of a deal it is if you miss that first try on a really hard trick.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I wasn't able to do this, but you know, this should be fine. There are definitely times when speedrunning where it seems like it's like, oh man, that's a big time loss, and you're like, when you actually think about it, it's not. It's like it is, but you know.
As long as you can, I've always said that after looking into so many different runs and especially looking at a bunch of different world records, it's unbelievable how common it is that the best player at the game is also going to be the player who will adapt to mistakes the best. Because a lot of people might think it's just, oh, well, the best player is just somebody who grinded out every really hard trick until eventually they got them all.
Nail every trick every time.
Right, and it's often not the case. It's often somebody who knows as soon as they make a small mistake or maybe even a big mistake, how they're going to adapt and react to that, how it's going to change. Maybe it'll change their entire run, but maybe it just changes that level, and they're going to react to that and be able to keep moving, keep going forward, and still get really good times. Xamide already showing us that like several times in this run.
But yeah, this one is just quickly get to the boss and destroy the boss, since there is no combat in Sentinel Prime.
Are you gonna give him a chance at all, or no?
We'll see. Depends if I miss one shot. It gotta be like you have to hit all your shots for him to die quickly. First phase.
Like I love the combat, but just seeing like this, just like we'll call it castle movement, it's just like really.
I love it.
like 4 people got that joke. Anyway,
it's not even inaccurate, right? Like you're moving around like a kind of church like.
It's 100% accurate. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, here we go.
So I know this boss gives you like opportunities to stun him when you see the eyes flash on the shield, and it looks like you're still fitting in a lot of extra damage in between that. Oh, the BFG usage too.
Sometimes I because this game does like that like frame skip where it's like, you know, when you go into like a glory kill, the game just like kind of like pops you in there. Sometimes I'm like super confused on what's even happening.
So yeah, the phase 1 was not the smoothest, but still good. I didn't get the fastest kill, but yeah.
It was still ridiculous seeing all the like
phase 2 is just gonna be face tanking. If he stay close, he won't be spinning, he won't do anything. Or
backwards long jump just donated $1, so you know. let's get some hype in the chat. Let's get.
Oh man. The BFGs in the face and everything too.
I mean, look at him. I feel bad. Look at him. It's like a Monster Hunter fight. It's just like the longer it goes, the worse you feel for them. Look at that. Oh. With his own weapon too.
Yeah. Down he goes.
A small fun fact: when we like remove the shield's left eye, or the right eye, the demon here also loses his right eye.
Oh really? That's cool.
Yeah, they're connected in some way.
Yeah, I never knew that. That's super cool.
All right, guys. Xamide, he's going to beat this game super fast. So the time is actually going much faster than I thought it was going to be. I can't believe we already
it's
only
a pretty entertaining run to watch as well.
Yeah, it's like it's so good. I'm glad.
You got what, like 15 minutes left or so? Probably 15-20 minutes left.
How much time do we have on the timer? I can.
36 minutes.
Okay, then around 25 minutes.
25 minutes. Okay.
I'm sorry, Xamide, you said like 30 minutes? 25 minutes?
25.
That's not too bad. Slow it down. How about you slow it down for us?
Slow it down. We got to hit $4,000.
Yeah. When we hit $4,000, then we can speed it back up.
Look
All
at
right,
that.
guys, with that, 35 35 minutes to IGN Expo 1, the first ever IGN Expo 1. So if you're just joining us, welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming. You're right on time because Xamide is currently playing Doom Eternal. Just gonna update that on the fly. While he does, don't forget to donate to the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund and the Veil Project by clicking on the links in the video description. It's part of our charity speedrun challenge, our way of helping reunite families, combat COVID-19, and count down to IGN Expo 1. All donors have a chance to win awesome codes and prizes, and anyone who gives over $50 has a chance at winning a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X. Not me, though, and not J Hobbs, and not Xamide.
No.
We don't get to win it. Sorry, boys. As for the Expos, think of them as IGN's very own 4-part press conference, chock full of exclusive game trailers, announcements, first looks, interviews, and reveals. IGN 2 is on deck for tomorrow, as well as Sony's Future of Gaming reveal stream. That's going to be hype. You can see it all wherever you stream IGN or live on your TV by tuning into IGN 1 on your Samsung TV Plus. And for even more Summer of Gaming content, follow IGN on TikTok and search for IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag. Yeah, that's a whole lot of stuff. I keep thinking about tomorrow. I keep thinking about the IGN Expos too. I'm very excited for them. It's gonna be good. So we're almost at $4,000. Let's go. Let's get this going. Let me see if I missed any donations. I don't think I did, but I could have.
I really hope we can hit 4,000 before the end of this run. I think we could go even further than that, but... All right, now you got all the like radioactive water here. Can you just shoot into the water to take out the spawns? Is that what's happening right now? Wow.
We just got a $75 donation from Borb Sauce. I know that man. So we're almost there.
That's great. So I remember this arena because I did not get past this arena, I don't think, or maybe barely got past it in my attempt at speedrunning this game. And it was mostly due to some of these bigger demons here. You're just like taking them out really quickly. So what really, since the BFG has such limited ammo, but is obviously a very powerful weapon, what goes into routing the BFG usage? Like what kind of situations are you looking for to use that as opposed to just using your other weapon?
So where there's a lot of big demons or lots of small demons, where basically compare all the fights, using the BFG, not using, and yeah, since there are Sentinel crystals which upgrade ammo, they also give you BFG charges.
Okay.
So we take into account that when doing the fights and levels. Also, that Marauder just died from BFG mostly. He did not expect it to reach him, so he didn't bother to block. Yeah, so
You'll have to remember that for next time.
The fights and the BFG usage, we basically compare all the fights in the game and where it's more useful, where it's less useful.
Right.
And then just use it there.
Yeah, a large amount of science always going into speedruns. You would not believe, for anybody out there who hasn't really gotten into speedrunning themselves, maybe just watches it, you would not believe the number of spreadsheets that are used across like so many different games to just compare like, all right, here's the DPS we can do with this weapon on this boss, and here's the DPS of this weapon, and just going down the line and figuring out what is the most optimal usage of each of them. Yeah, I always think it's really cool. Look at the skips.
There's also so many times where like I was learning to speedrun a game, and I would look at a video and I would think, okay, I got it, and it turns out I was just doing it completely wrong. You have to like look at guides and stuff. And how much Xamide? How much Crucible action are we gonna see?
As like for the biggest demons, we're gonna be using it for sure. And yeah, you'll see plenty of it. It saves a lot of time.
Good.
Compared to like using regular. So we're gonna upgrade our micro missiles, and I missed one. This is gonna help us with the Iconics in fight. They deal a lot of damage after killing an enemy.
We are 88 cents away from $4,000. Can someone please donate 88 cents? That's all we need. That's all. Let's get some 88 cents in the. There we go.
Way
There
more
we
than
go.
that. Way more than that.
Someone didn't follow the rules.
I could watch you run around arenas and just take out enemies all day. This is just so great. It's always super exciting to see just how quickly they'll fall and everything.
So
Out of
the
curiosity,
Ordak is definitely going to be the prettiest level to watch. There's lots of flying around, all that cool stuff because it's a super wide and open level.
What were you doing to that poor skull?
I'm trying to get the button press as soon as possible, basically. And it's fun to punch buttons.
That was my favorite thing to do as a kid.
punching buttons basically describes every job I've ever had. Oh man, just more vertical movement with the.
I know. Look at.
Look, it doesn't look like it. The animation does not look like that should be happening. Just
You basically turn into Spider-Man at those points, and you just like use your web to like fling yourself upwards.
Yeah, because the walls, when you try to grab them, the game tries to assist you basically.
Okay.
If you're far from the wall, it's gonna like gravitate you towards it.
So is that why that like weird slow movement is happening, or
What do you mean by
is that
slow?
that just the fling? Like I see you hook on, and then it just like slowly like pushes you up.
Oh, yeah, that's me trying to spam E so that the game like assists me in grabbing the wall, in case
Okay.
I'm not close enough to the wall.
that's cool.
So it's gonna like magnetize the character to the wall.
Awesome. Yeah, there we go. Once again, just floating on up.
We're skipping the puzzle and Baron and
All right, guys, we're 28 minutes away from IGN's first Summer of Gaming Expo. Man, it's weird. It's weird to think that it's almost here. We've been working on this for a long time. I'm so excited.
I have to imagine. I was gonna say, like, I was super excited to hear the announcement that you all were doing this.
Yeah.
And I was curious, like, how long it's been in the works, because I'm sure with IGN, like, you all must move pretty quickly on a lot of stuff since you're reacting to gaming news, right? So you're familiar with working on the timeline, I have to imagine.
It's been a deal. Did you watch the announcement and you were like, oh man, IGN's doing a Summer of Gaming? That's cool. I hope they asked me to be a part of it.
No, I had no thoughts on that whatsoever.
Xamide's like, they're gonna need me, Summer of Gaming.
World famous speedrunner Xamide here.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and read some of the donations we have. We have Aaron Daywood, who's still our top $200 donator. So let's, Anonymous, let's see, $123.45. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I appreciate that. That's fine. Yota821 with $50. Anonymous with $51. Anthony P with $50. And Ryan with another $50. All entered to win. Yeah, 5K. 5K is coming. Our goal, guys, we got 26 minutes left. Also, just so you know, just because the stream ends doesn't mean you can't donate still. The donation links are still at the bottom of the video player. That is just running during all of Summer of Gaming. So I want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah,
But yeah,
great.
5K before the expo starts. Let's do that.
The wolves, they're coming in. This is, I think, the longest we've seen a Marauder on screen.
yeah, he sometimes acts weirdly, so it's hard to shoot him down fast. He does not want to cooperate and try to block the ice bomb instead.
That was his moment. It didn't last as long as he would have wanted. But...
Yeah, I usually screw up this part.
He got his 15
This
minutes.
Marauder.
More like 15 seconds of
15 seconds of fame.
Yeah, you're right. This is just a great level to see all the like movement around and everything.
Yeah, this is Necrol actually, and the Urdak, the great level, is coming up after this one.
Even after, okay, even that one though is
Yeah,
just like
yeah, after this one. These are the last 3 levels, starting now.
Uh-oh. You only got 25 minutes left. Are we behind?
That's more than enough.
more than just
More
he
than enough.
laughs at it.
World famous speedrunner over here.
Sam laughing in the face of a timer. I still love the shooting through the barriers. It's so good.
I know. They put those barriers there for a reason, dude. Come on.
Yeah, all of the quick scoping is just unbelievable, and the quick switching of weapons too. Do you generally like use the scroll wheel for switching weapons, or do you switch with the specific keys?
Hotkeys on the keyboard.
Did you have to do a lot of rebinding with this game to get it a custom way you liked, or is it something where you just kind of?
It's kind of natural. You already know where you want the weapons to be, so there's not a big issue getting used to the new keybinds.
Okay, because yeah, I know that like sometimes for a lot of people in various speedruns, they'll remap everything. You know, like have Ori and the Blind Forest, for example. I know tons of like keyboard and mouse players who would put everything on their mouse and barely anything on the keyboard. So it's always cool to me to hear those kinds of small differences between runners. Oh,
Crucible, man. There it is.
Right as soon as he spawns.
So this Marauder. Oh wait, actually I don't have the ice grenade ready. So yeah, now we're gonna have to do the fight.
Oh, we have to play the game?
Yeah.
I'm gonna wait on those opportunities with the green flashes in the eyes. That's
yeah. There it is. There.
and then down he goes.
Oh,
I mean,
had
that's
to
still
chainsaw because I used all my mana.
How tight is the fuel usage? Like having to use a chainsaw in somewhere where you weren't hoping to have to use one, is that kind of really going to hurt you for later on in the run, or is it not something too bad? You can generally recover.
Yeah, personally, I haven't noticed any like big issues with not using the fuel properly. I don't think we're at that point where only fuel management is gonna like define if you're gonna get the world record or not. This is still a new gaming category, so yeah, there's more room for improvement for sure.
Do you find this category to be like a reset heavy category, or like
play the game, like you will usually finish a run, even if it's not the best run you've had.
Jumping on top of the elevator just to get up a little bit faster and stuff. It's so cool. I apologize about that.
no! Get up there!
I'm having troubles here. I got him.
There we
this
go.
eye dies from 2 shots, and the second one for some reason takes 3 shots. This
Interesting.
one.
So the weapon switching, is that just because it's faster to shoot off like different shots or whatever?
So yeah, each weapon has a cooldown once you shoot it. But if you switch weapons, the cooldown is just gonna go away and you can keep shooting as soon as you switch to that weapon. So you can abuse weapon switching to maximize your DPS, basically.
Okay. That's super cool. And of course, BFG. I love how you always want to kind of back yourself into a corner so you can get like the widest view of all the enemies there.
Yeah.
And
then you just 70%. Let's go.
Gonna have to move back that IGN Expo 1 by a little bit.
This isn't going to happen.
Well, like, do you mean like when we have to kind of maybe end a run early or something, or?
Yeah, like let's say, okay, so I did see like a really heartbreaking like Terraria run.
Oh yeah,
I think it was last time where something happened where it was like, oh, I literally have to sit here for like 45 minutes now.
Yeah, Badger's Terraria run, who still managed to somehow make that entertaining the entire time. It was unbelievable. It's not very often. It's like really rare that something goes so completely awry that you can't recover from it, basically.
Sure.
Runners are really amazing at putting lots of time into making sure that there are backup saves and backup strats. So even if you can't complete everything in one segment, they'll at least be able to show off everything about the run. Every now and then, something just like multiple things completely go wrong, and you end up having to start it over. But it's not very often that it happens at all. A lot of people who come underestimate, or even if they're just a little overestimate, they still are able to beat the run and stuff. So many people put a lot of really hard work and time and practice into their runs when they get accepted. Wow, you were not kidding. The movement in this, just going over that big open gap earlier and then into like all the meat hook springs and everything. Oh,
breaking that gate pushed me down, so we missed it. And I did not have any dashes, but that's fine.
Yeah, it seemed like very minimal time loss anyways. So that's good, just kind of a quick respawn.
So what level would you say we're on now?
Second last level. If that's
Second to last. Oh, okay. It's definitely making.
Also, if he frees the Doom Hunter as he's going off his sled, we don't have to wait for his critical damage animation to start damaging him, since he's usually invulnerable when going into phase 2. But we can just cancel that with our ice bomb, ice grenade.
Yeah, that's super cool. I know like canceling invulnerability on enemies is always huge for any game. Like even down to I did a lot of speedruns of Kingdom Hearts, and trying to skip any times where the bosses are invulnerable was a big part of Kingdom Hearts speedruns. So it's cool to see that in pretty much any game. And look at the boost, man. That's so great. Oh wow, just barely getting up on there.
With knowing nothing about Kingdom Hearts speedruns, I gotta say, that sounds miserable.
Oh no, super cool.
Is it?
Yeah. Are you saying
it
specifically?
Sounds miserable.
No, like Kingdom Hearts 1 you can beat in like 2.5 hours. And Kingdom Hearts 2 is not much longer. Like
yeah,
under
I've seen like Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 9. They're like 8 hours long, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, a lot of the times when something is like that ridiculously long, it's just because you can't skip cutscenes or long dialogue sequences, stuff like that. Which honestly, a lot of the time you could just kind of walk away and go grab a snack or go to the bathroom or something during anyway. It's not too big of a deal. But yeah, no, Kingdom Hearts runs are super cool.
I'll have to watch a few. When I think of Kingdom Hearts, I think that is not a game I would want to watch a speedrun.
You'd be sorely mistaken, and you'll you could check out. There's one at Corona Relief Done Quick, actually, the finale with Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, and it's super cool. Maybe not quite as cool as all of the ridiculous like direction changes you're doing in midair here, Xamide. Like this.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough skip.
Yeah, just to get right into that little small vent. How often do you just kind of face plant into the wall and then you don't have any dashes left? You can't get back in.
The one we just entered, it's not tough at all.
Okay.
This one I get pretty consistently. But with all those air strafes, there are some funky hitboxes, some invisible walls you can hit. So you have to be careful. When
the funkiest of hitboxes. I like that.
It is always
All right,
amazing
guys.
to me when cool
Sorry.
tricks. Yeah, you go ahead. That's
No,
fine.
no, it's fine. I just wanted to point out that we're almost we're getting there to 5K, but we got 15 minutes left till IGN Expo 1. So let's let's get that push going. Let's get those in.
Yeah, that'd be super cool, hitting 5K
Yeah.
before it. But yeah, I wanted to say just, it's always funny to me, and it's always a really great moment when you see a really cool looking skip in a speed run, something that looks unbelievably fast or just really hard, really tight, and then you talk to speedrunners of it, and they're like, no, that's easy. Here, let me show you. You can totally do that. Like, it kind of like in SM64 when you're taking the baby penguin down to its mother in
Yeah.
in CCM. It's like, that's something that looks unbelievably impressive and difficult, and then it's like, no, you'd be surprised.
That's like one of the easiest. Yeah, I've had people like, they're like, yeah, wow, that trick looks amazing, or cannonless, and you're like, no,
Right.
this is like honestly just like a simple like series of button presses that if you haven't memorized, you're pretty much gonna get it every time. And they're like, what's one of the hardest things? And you're like, I don't know,
skips.
consistent speed kicks. And they're like, what's a speed kick? And you're like, yeah, same then. That's
Or like Lakitu skip at the very beginning. All you gotta do is long jump.
Yep.
It's still like, come on.
they're like, you just long jump and you just stay to the left, right? I'm like, I mean, on paper.
Right now, is this, I can't remember, this is like second to last boss or something, right?
Yeah. The Con Maker.
Jeez, just having to jump up and fly all over the place. Is this one of the more difficult ones just because of how much it's moving around, or is that pretty...
She's annoying. When she does the spin attack, rockets can't damage her.
Oh.
And you gotta sometimes get to her in a weird spot that you cannot reach, so
Right.
you have to use meat hook.
Wait, was that it?
But down
She
down
died?
she goes, yeah.
Yeah, she's down. She can usually be done in 1 minute or less.
She didn't look like she was. It didn't even look like you were fighting her, and then the screen just went black, and it was like you did it.
Yeah, she's
we're already
not
at the
a
last
tough boss
level.
at all. Yep.
I didn't realize how many Doom Eternal spoilers would be in this speedrun. I'm disappointed.
Listen, I think you get what's on the bill when you ask for somebody to go through an entire game.
I always have this like funny thing where I've never beat Zelda Breath of the Wild because I did like, I don't know, 90 or so shrines. I did all four of the Guardians, all that good stuff. The only thing I had left to do was beat Ganon. But that is one of those games that when you beat the game, it just like reverts back, and you know, there's no like end game. And then so around that time is when I think it was AGDQ 2 years ago or something like that, ended with a Breath of the Wild speedrun. And so I watched the entire thing, and I watched someone beat Ganon. And I was just kind of like, okay, I don't ever feel the need to like.
I got
back
that
and-
experience now. Yeah.
What's that?
You were saying like I got that experience.
Yeah,
now.
I
don't
was
need
like,
to do
okay,
it myself.
I've seen it. I don't really feel like I need to do it. And so, like, to this day, I can say that I never beat Breath of the Wild. I've seen the ending.
I always had that kind of thing with the super long RPGs, like Final Fantasy X, and even the first time I played Kingdom Hearts, I would like get to that point in the game where the game tells you like, okay, you're going to the end now.
Yeah.
And I would be like, oh, I want to go and 100% everything, and then eventually I just put the game down. Never remember to come back and actually beat the boss.
Yeah, Final Fantasy is like pretty notorious for that, for being like, are you sure you want to do this? Because once you do, you can't do anything else.
And just the quick jump off of the wall there, not even having to like see the animation and clinging to it, that was super cool.
Okay, this one never trolls me, so this one is super easy. Now the Gargoyle is doing the Naruto run.
I like how the Marauder gave you less trouble than just the little,
Yeah.
the little dude running around.
All right, guys, we're 10 minutes away. I'm getting nervous. I don't have to do anything except for say, go watch the expo, and then I'm just off for the rest of the day. But for some reason, I'm still getting nervous. Anyways, anybody that's still joining us, you could download in the description. There's download links We're trying to hit 5K before this ends. And if not, we're going again. Xamide's just going to play the game again. No, we're not going to do that. We're not. Xamide, how far away would you say you are? Whoa, my God.
I'm at the boss fight.
Yeah. I'm like, hey, how long until? And he just like flings himself across the entire level.
Yeah, here it is.
So there he is. The hardest part of the game, Xamide said.
Yeah, the timing has to be pretty tight with all the BFGs and the damage you do.
So I would assume we're using the BFG mostly here, or
yeah, mostly BFG
Okay.
and the Crucible. Nice.
Wow, it
Seems
just
like we got this down.
like half of his health already gone. So all of the ammo pickups are in set locations, right? So you always know where the BFG ammo is going to be.
Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna start reading the smaller donations. Marcos with the $20. I appreciate any donation that comes through. Gotta hit 5K. We gotta do it. We need the bragging rights that our segment got us to the first 5K.
So the first phase is done, and we have to wait for all of his armor to break before he starts walking away into phase 2. And there's no way to speed this up, so this is why it's super annoying. It's basically an auto-scroller.
So now it's just a good time to like go and clean up, grabbing all that ammo and stuff, right?
Yeah.
And I see you reloaded the game there. Is the just to get into it a little bit faster?
Yeah, this actually saves 5 seconds. Because he doesn't do the charge in at the start of the fight. And we just chopped his face off with the Crucible.
That's great.
he needed that face.
Just dashing straight out into the boss's face. That's so cool.
I know. Oof. He tried
We
chopping
missed it.
your face off.
Yep, but it's fine. Yeah, it's whatever. We're just gonna use normal weapons, I guess.
I
The intended
guess.
way.
I don't see his health going down. We're just trying to knock off pieces of his armor right now.
We're gonna go down
there it
as
goes.
soon as the pieces break.
Okay, that makes sense. We're almost there. Oh man.
I'm so excited. Are we going to be able to see your in-game time when this is over?
No, there's no speeding clock, and he's dead.
Oh,
So
okay.
the timer stops here usually. And that
GG.
was
And-
Doom Eternal.
In time. World record.
GG. Ooh, big
Damn, that
donation
was
coming
awesome.
Yeah, thank
I
you.
hope-
I enjoyed running this for you guys and showing all the people the run. Lots of people I recognize are in the chat, so hello everyone, and thank you for
Yeah.
coming. Thank you
was-
IGN for having me there. Here.
Well, we're
It's,
not we're not done yet. I'm gonna read a few of these smaller donations, and then
Okay. Yeah, I have.
and then we're
some
gonna go into
shout
interview
outs
mode.
to do. Sure.
Okay, so from Anonymous, oh no, I already read that one. Okay, so quite a few people have donated. We have the first one I'm gonna read is Wahoo. I have no idea what that's in reference to. So that's $5. Even Numbers donated $1.88. I guess that's even for the most part. An Anonymous $50. Wired Guy did $10. Rip. I'm not reading that one. Backwards Long Jump donated $1. Jacer and Dragno donated $3.21, and Provile Name did $1.69. Nice.
That's awesome. Super close to 5K. dude.
and we have a new top donor, Brendan G, which I assume is somebody I know, with $250. So we're almost there. We have 6 minutes. A lot of people are asking what the timer, if the timer is going to stop. No, that timer is when IGN Expo 1 starts. So that timer is going to go. So we have 6 minutes exactly to close the $350 or so gap. Oh, I love these credits because it's just like devs.
That's super cool. I also like how you got this. Yeah, you basically, the way you have it set up is the speedrunners need to beat the game within this time, or they're cut off. We're going to the
100%. 100%. It was one of those things where I was trying to decide. I'm like, okay, Xamide says he can beat it in, let's say, an hour and a half. Do I give him 15 minutes of pad, or do I give him like 5 minutes of pad and really put the stress on? I'd say you did pretty well. You ended and we had, what, like 8 minutes left? That's not bad.
Yeah, apart from that death in Arc Complex, it was pretty smooth.
Right? Yeah, that was an incredible run to see. That was super cool.
We'll call it intentional death, so it looks good.
I don't think any of us will even know the difference.
Yeah, I like the devs react part where they ask, "Was that intentional?" Whenever I death warped by accident.
Yeah. So how would you ever feel about sending one of these to id and seeing if they'd want to? I think the devs would appreciate this run a lot better than they appreciated the any
Sure,
percent.
yeah.
Oh, sorry guys, I have to interrupt my own question. We just crossed $5,000.
That's awesome.
I can't believe it.
Good clap.
Let's get
Try not to clap too loud into a microphone.
I know, right? I don't even know if mine would pick it up, but anyways, that's super awesome. I didn't know what we were gonna get, so it's super awesome to hit 5K on our first stream. We have so many more to do. Me and J Hobbs are basically going to live here all summer long.
I've pitched a tent. I'm ready to go.
He pitched a tent in his own house.
Yeah, I got provisions for the next week or two. It's fine.
Yeah. You know what I love about what I'm seeing right now is it looks like Xamide is a developer. Just because
Undercover.
they went back in and they added him to the credits.
Xamide, did you have any last shout outs or anything about the Doom Eternal run?
For the like a person shout
Yeah,
out?
yeah, just whatever.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. I wanted to thank a few people. First of all, Sammy for being there, for always being there and supporting me through tough times. She definitely supported my channel with some cool art style, and definitely helped me grow the stream as well as IGN. Thank you guys. And there's to my one moderator and friend Darenberg. His family is going through a tough time. His mother has been hospitalized. She had a stroke, and I just wanted to say that I hope for her full recovery, and I want her to know that she raised a good son and a very helpful person. And yeah, that's all from me.
That's awesome.
and so Xamide, where can we find you after the expo starts and we'll no longer see you on screen? Where can we find you for more Doom Eternal speedruns?
So I mostly stream on twitch.tv/Xamide. On YouTube, I mostly upload my VODs of the speedruns. I'm going to continue running Doom Eternal for now. And in the future, I might start picking up different games to speedrun. This definitely picked up my attention, and I quite enjoyed speedrunning.
Well, Xamide, you are no stranger to IGN now. We've had you on several times, and
yeah, it's been very cool.
I hope this isn't the last time. I can't imagine it would be. J Hobbs, where can we find you after this?
I'm on Twitter at J_Hobbs or on Twitch at twitch.tv/JHobbs296. Got to get that shortened, but somebody's claimed J-Hobbs. It's annoying. But also, I wanted to shout out, I do a weekly show on the Games Done Quick channels. That's twitch.tv/GamesDoneQuick every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern, called The First Step with my good buddy Keezeron. Highly recommend that if you are interested in speedrunning, if you saw this and you thought like you would want to try it out yourself or something like that, and maybe you think that speedrunning is really hard to get into, you got to spend hours upon hours upon hours. That's not where speedrunners get started. Everybody gets started at kind of the same place, and we really like to show on The First Step what it takes to become a speedrunner, just taking that first step and trying to go fast. So highly recommend tuning into that. And of course, SGDQ, Summer Games Done Quick, is moving online this year, and it's going to be August 16th to the 23rd. So be sure to check that out. GamesDoneQuick.com can give you more info for that too.
Awesome. Guys, thank you so much for coming. $5,120 raised. That's awesome. And now it is time for the moment that we've all been speedrunning towards. It's time for our first ever IGN Expo. You're about to see a ton of exclusive trailers and first looks. We've got 3 more of these showcases in the coming days as Summer of Gaming continues, not to mention more charity speedruns, major announcements from the biggest game developers like Blizzard, Sony, and EA, and of course, special editions of your favorite IGN shows, including a few fun surprises. For more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app and follow IGN. Check out IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag, where you can watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. So make sure to check out the full schedule wherever you stream IGN or on channel IGN1 on your Samsung TV Plus. Last but not least, feel free to leave us a Yappa video comment at IGN.com and you could wind up on the stream. Guys, IGN Expo Day 1 starts in just a moment. But first, our editor-in-chief, Tina Amini, with a message from all of us here at IGN.
Welcome to IGN Summer of Gaming livestream event. Before we kick things off with the debut of IGN Expo, we wanted to take a moment to acknowledge the unprecedented, difficult times we're facing as a global community right now.
Between the COVID-19 pandemic that has claimed over 400,000 lives and changed our lifestyles,
and the unrest of a society fed up with police brutality and systemic racism toward Black people,
the country and the world are hurting.
We at IGN have been promoting health and safety tips
as well as charity drives to help people through the coronavirus since the stay-at-home orders were initiated.
Across our Summer of Gaming event specifically, we'll be fundraising for the World Health Organization.
We've also been vocal about our support of Black Lives Matter
since protests erupted across the US
due to the heartbreaking death of George Floyd,
under the knee of a Minneapolis police officer now charged with murder.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives
Matter.
In an effort to make sure that our actions speak louder than our words,
we've been focused on driving donations to the NAACP Legal Defense Fund.
Across Summer of Gaming, we'll also be fundraising for the Bail Project.
We hope you'll join us in an effort to promote change, both for our health as well as our society. And thank you for watching.
Summer is here. It's the time to get up close with the biggest games headed our way, along with first looks at what next-gen consoles have to offer. And if you want non-stop coverage, IGN is the place to be. Welcome to Summer of Gaming, a multi-day streaming event jam-packed with huge reveals, jaw-dropping new trailers, exclusive gameplay footage, and our first looks at what next-gen holds for the future of gaming. Today, we're checking out never-before-seen demos of highly anticipated titles. We'll be facing a stampede of evil mutant velociraptors in second extinction, then descending into madness in the punishing nightmare hellscape, exclusive gameplay reveal of Mortal Shell, as well as dropping exclusive announcements and brand new trailers you won't find anywhere else. Sit back, relax, the very first IGN Expo starts now.
Peggy 18.
You just watched the trailer for Werewolf the Apocalypse Earthblood, which you can currently wishlist on Epic Games Store. Go check it out and stay tuned into updates by following Werewolf Apocalypse on social media or joining the official Earthblood Discord.
Welcome to IGN Expo #1, our own Summer of Gaming showcase packed with exclusive trailers, brand new gameplay, developer interviews, and a whole lot of other buzzwords I think I already said in that sizzle reel at the top. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm here with Sydney Goodman and Brian Altano, and apologies if you don't like our faces because you are going to be seeing a lot of them, and also, we can't do anything about them.
But what we can do about those faces, and with those faces, is use them to tell you that this is just the first of 4 epic IGN Expos that we have planned, so make sure to check back for regular updates on the latest in gaming. You can watch us wherever you stream IGN, or live on your TVs by tuning in to IGN 1 on your Samsung TV Plus.
Additionally, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and the BAIL Project. The COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. The BAIL Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the perception of innocence.
And by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. Be sure to click the donation links in the description of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to donate. Keep those donations coming.
For even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the Summer of Gaming hashtag on Twitter, where you can watch along with live events, submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays.
And now, let's get this thing rolling with what you're all here for, some world premiere video game trailers.
World premiere.
You ever wonder how it all ends? What if it ended with a song?
Crossplay. All platforms.
I've been looking forward to this day my entire life. The moment we finally blend our worlds into one.
There were no people to be seen.
They're not exactly people. They're gods.
Hey Sydney, do you hate dinosaurs? Do you ever want to shoot them in the face with a bazooka, but you can't because they're extinct, and also you don't own a bazooka? Well, great news, because in Second Extinction, dinos are back and you can shoot them in the face with a bazooka to your heart's content in this co-op action first-person shooter by Systemic Reaction. My friend Max sat down with one of the game's developers to find out more. Did he find out if they kiss? No, but I will.
Brian, you're so weird.
Well, bad news, everybody. Mutant dinosaurs have overtaken the Earth, and it's up to you and two friends to take them on in Second Extinction. Here to tell them about this new game where you shoot a whole lot of dinosaurs is lead producer Brindley Gibson. Brindley, welcome.
Hi, Max. Great to be here.
So, Second Extinction is a three-player cooperative shooter where there are just an absurd amount of dinosaurs running around. You guys unveiled this on the most recent sort of Microsoft Series X sort of live stream, and it's kind of showing off the power of the Series X. Everyone is extremely excited about next gen. Can you talk a little bit about some of the bells and whistles that this game is showing off on the new hardware?
Well, we're not really announcing every single detail of sort of the features we're supporting for the next gen at the moment, but obviously it gives us a lot of power, and our ultimate aim is to ensure a great silky smooth SPS experience and get more carnage onto the screen. And see, our heritage from the Avalanche Studios group is these kind of games with crazy things going on, and that's essentially what it allows us to do, just push that and get more of that action onto the screen for players.
Now, I had to get that out of the way. Everyone always wants to talk about next gen and this time of the console generation, but let's talk about the game. This is a game where mutant dinosaurs have taken over the Earth, and humans have to sort of fight to survive. Can you give us a little sort of rundown of how humanity wound up in this horrible situation?
Well, when we join the story, we don't really know exactly what happened. Time has moved on since the actual extinction event occurred, and some of humanity has escaped to the stars. It really came out of nowhere. These dinosaurs erupted out of the ground. It looked like they'd been burrowing, and it was a pretty short battle. They overwhelmed humanity. And that's where we join the story now, is humans are starting to get together, and they want to come back to Earth from their orbital space platform and find out, who are these enemies? What do they do? Are there other survivors out there? And as we sort of move through the game, because it's going to be a live product, as we sort of grow it, we're going to be adding to that story and revealing more about the dinosaurs, how they came to be, because it's a pretty unreal concept, obviously.
I'm very into it. It's an unreal concept, but it's one that I think most people can get on board with. We've got some of the sort of, these look kind of like velociraptors. We had some of them that were hurling some sort of acid. There were ones with what looked like kind of invisibility camouflage. Can you speak a little bit about the sort of different enemy variety we're going to see?
For sure. I mean, we have this idea of sort of base types of enemies, and they're different species, and then there's sort of mutations that come upon that. So our base raptor here, we wanted him to be recognisably a raptor. But as you get close to them, you sort of see there's something off about them. You know, the eyes aren't quite right. There's too many teeth. So that's the kind of like your basic mutant, and they're a kind of horde type enemy. But then there's other sort of spin-offs of the raptors. You mentioned, like the electric raptor, which I guess we took a very loose science approach. They're not fantasy, they're not magical. So we were looking at kind of crazy things in the animal kingdom. There's kind of animals that can do camouflage, there's animals that can deliver electric shocks, and we use those as jumping off points to make our mutants. And then we do have bigger dinosaurs as well, kind of acting as our like specials, we've got a T-Rex. I mean, we have to have a T-Rex in this kind of game, but obviously bigger and badder than your traditional T-Rex that you would see on screen.
Now you're taking some liberties with the sort of the science side of things, which is completely okay because video games are supposed to be fun. Is there any chance we're going to see, traditionally more, more gentle herbivore dinosaurs reimagined as killing machines that we get to take on, or is it just going to be carnivores that we're pumping full of lead?
No, it's all types of dinosaurs, and we're going to be building up that roster of enemies as time goes on. Once we launch the game, we've got some really cool plans. Obviously, dinosaurs as a starting point, they're pretty awesome as it is, and then you're mutating them, and you can go pretty wild, and we have had to sort of rein ourselves back in and go, for later we can go that's going too far straight away. There's a lot we can do with it, and I have to say, these are evil mutant dinosaurs, right? You say even the herbivores are mean. I mean, that was a challenge. Like, how do you make them not cute? How do you make them look really nasty? And the art team have done, and the animation team, I should say, have done an incredible job of taking something that, we all know and love and think, oh, they're so cute, to make you think, no, that's not cute. That's really not nice. I don't want to come against that. Yeah, so herbivores and carnivores, they're all dangerous in Second Extinction.
I love it. I would love to continue talking about the dinosaurs, but we should probably also address the humans. Is this class-based? Is everyone kind of kitting out their own character with different loadouts? Can you speak a bit about how that comes together?
Sure. So we've got at the start of the game, we've got these 4 heroes, and they are an international cast, sort of from around the world. We wanted to get across that this was an international conflict. The whole world has gone down. So we have these different characters. Now they sit within different classes, but each character has their own unique abilities as well. So there's sort of class aspects of certain weapons that they can use, class abilities, but then each character will bring its own special ability to the fight. And those classes, are pretty standard fare in regard of there's a support class, there's a kind of generalist weapons class, and then there's a heavy type of class as well. But where the real fun is obviously the abilities. That's where we get to layer on something very special into the characters, and also tell a bit more about their character, because there's not a lot of storytelling, as in traditional sense, cutscenes, that kind of thing. So we wanted to get across what these people are like in the abilities that they do, and the kind of VO lines that they trigger as well. Now, you do get to load out the characters as well, so it's not all preset. So you get to choose the weapons, the kit that you take in, which includes grenades, but also payloads. Because you're up in space, a lot of stuff actually comes down. You'll see that in the video here. Things being shot up into space and things being sent back down again. And the payloads can be anything from a resupply to a massive airstrike. So you as your team, you want to choose what's the stuff that we bring in to the game to have a nice spread, so you can sort of work together, cooperate to deal with the dinosaur threat. And
now, can we speak a little bit about the...
sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. You were telling us.
I was just going to say there's an element of upgrading the weapons in the game as well. So each weapon has its own upgrade tree, and that's something you can sort of unlock as you go on and you research. And then those upgrades allow you to either specialize your weapon or make it more general. We've aimed at making, rather than adding power constantly, we're trying to go for breadth. But it's anything from sort of more exotic things like fire ammunition to a buff to reloading, and we let players sort of reconfigure the weapon. Once they've unlocked the things, they can change and adapt the weapons and try different things out for different types of missions.
Right on. Can you speak a little bit about sort of the mission structure? We saw this open up with kind of a drop ship type of thing, and then everyone's sort of running around. Looks like gathering a lot of resources. Can you talk a bit about sort of the different objectives we'll have in the game?
For sure. So the host of the game, they pick where they're going to come in on the map. So the map has these different regions, and there's actually a dynamic element of that that we're going to talk about in the future. But they have these kind of insertion points that sometimes are active, sometimes they aren't, and they can see where the mission is. So they choose where are we going to enter the mission. They might want to do some optional activities on the way, or they might want to get straight into the heart of the mission, get cracking, try and get through it quickly so they don't run out of supplies. Once they've chosen that, you get the quite cool insertion sequence, down you go, and then depending on the area you've landed in, it might be an area that has supplies, great, you can top up what you've got, or it actually might be straight into the combat and you've got dinosaurs coming at you immediately, which can be quite overwhelming, obviously. You then have your mission, often objectives that you can take out in different orders, the order that you choose to do it in, and there is these optional activities that spawn around the map as well, so players can pick to do those if they want to. Now, once they've finished what's been asked of them for the mission, then they have to extract. And here is a sort of a one-off situation that happens every mission you play. You have to get back out, so you go to one of these extraction points, you call in the dropship, and depending on how bad the area is, the sort of threat level of that area, it depends on how long the dropship's going to take to get to you, and you have to fight off the enemies for as long as possible until the dropship arrives. You can get on board and get back with all your loot and surviving.
Nice. Can you speak a little bit about the scale of the map? Because this is, I mean, it looks huge. Is it the kind of thing where that mountain over there, we could actually go all the way over there?
Yes, so obviously the heritage, Avalanche Studios is all about these open world games, and we're not actually talking about this as an open world game. We're talking about this as a big map game, because we have units, on their feet, moving around. There's no vehicles in the game apart from the dropship, and we found that actually the best sort of play experience was for a more compressed map. I mean, it's still pretty big, and you can go anywhere you like, as you would expect from this kind of game, but it's not the enormousness of other open world games out there. So yeah, we like to call it a big map game instead.
I like that. That's fair. Can you speak a little bit about when people will get their hands on it? Do you have a release window planned? Any plans for a beta or anything like that?
For sure, yeah. Well, we're not announcing the release just yet, but it's going to be announced very soon. There is going to be a beta. You can actually sign up to that now on the website, which is secondextinctiongame.com, and there's a war support /war support. You can go there, and there's a cool little referral scheme. So if you get your friends to sign up, you can get some exclusive kits for your characters, exclusive skins, that kind of thing. And yeah, we really want to start engaging with the community now, get a lot of people into the beta, get their feedback, and sort of grow it together with them as time goes on.
Nice. Well, shooting mutant dinosaurs in the face is fun, but it's even more fun with friends. Thank you for talking to me about the dinosaurs. I'm looking forward to hearing more about Second Extinction later this year.
Max. That sounds like you're like my dog or something. You're not my dog, you're my coworker. Anyways, we're right in the middle of IGN Expo #1, part of IGN Summer of Gaming, a cavalcade of video game reveals and deep dives continuing tomorrow and indeed for weeks to come. Coming up after the break, Tom Marks will show us a new game he's been interested in. Then I'll be back to bring you a closer look at Metal Hellsinger, which, as you could probably tell from the badass trailer we just watched, is a rhythm-based shooting game in which you tear ass through hell. That sounds so painful, but it's a really cool game, so stay tuned. And check back tomorrow wherever you stream or on IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus for more IGN Expos and the big Sony State of Play reveal stream. All that and much more right after this. Stay tuned. IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
The biggest gaming event of the year is IGN Summer of Gaming, and it's almost here. Tune into IGN throughout June to see the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. We'll be kicking it off with our first ever IGN Expo, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Welcome to Check Out This Game on IGN Summer of Gaming, where we highlight exciting, under-the-radar games worth your attention. This first one asks the wonderfully ridiculous question of what would happen if you took GTA 2's top-down action mayhem and set it during medieval times. Take a look at some exclusive new gameplay from Rustler Grand Theft Horse. Like what you see? Then head on over to IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN to watch the full extended version of this gameplay.
I'm Sydney Goodman, and I'm so excited for you to be joining us. A little while ago, we premiered the trailer for Metal Hellslinger, and oh my gosh, was it amazing. And here to talk more about this exclusive reveal is none other than David Goldfarb. So, David, Let's dive in. I'm so excited. Thank you so much for being here with us, all the way from Sweden. So, we just saw your trailer. We just saw your trailer for the very first time. Let's just dive in because that looks like something I have never seen before. So it is a rhythm shooter. Can you tell us about that?
Should I tell you about the origin of it, or should I tell you about the? I mean, like the idea is that I think when I was thinking about it originally, it was something. There's sort of this Zen state that you get into when you're playing rhythm games, and you get into them also with first-person shooters. And then at some point, I was thinking it would be cool if I could do both. And then, especially if it had music that I loved involved, I felt like those three things would work, and therefore we wound up improbably making this crazy thing. So that's.
So it's a labor of love. It brings the two things that you love together into one.
That is true, yeah. You're doing a lot of... I'm just looking at the game now.
So let's start with, what exactly are we watching right now? Like, is it a rhythm? I feel like a lot of rhythm games, you choose the song that you want to play and then you play it, right? It's very, like, stagnant. Can we expect that there's going to be a through line? Is there a story?
Yeah, so... It's unlike, I think there are games that typically do this and they are static, as you point out, you have like a static track that you're trying to play against. And we tried that and it wasn't fun. And we're like a shooter, we've made a lot of shooters internally, at the people at the studio. And so knowing that, we wound up making a shooter that has these rhythm components rather than a thing where you're on rails and you're trying to do things to that essentially like limit your agency as a player. So for us, it was more important to make it feel like organic and dynamic than it was to have you follow like the static song, and that the music is also a huge part of this. So the music here is dependent on kind of your performance. So like right now you're at 16x, you can see right there. So like the vocals are actually playing. If you drop down, like layers of the music begin to drop out. So like for me, or for a lot of people like who want to hear the music all the time, you want to, both for scoring purposes and for just like, hear the music that you really dig, you want to keep it at 16. You want to keep the multiplier as high as possible to get all that stuff.
Wow, wait, that's such an interesting component, because I feel like I completely agree. You almost are motivated not just to kill the enemies, but also because you want to hear the full track sort of a thing. So let's talk about the scoring a little bit. How does the scoring work exactly?
Well, I mean, right now, this is like a super early build, so actually we had to disable like a whole bunch of scoring stuff, so... but like in principle, like there's a whole bunch of criteria that we're evaluating, like you keeping the beat, like you see right there, using paths to kind of keep the beat up. So everything that you do, every action that you take, like shooting the enemy or you see yourself hitting him on the beat there, killing him on the beat, or any number of other actions. All those things give you score, and the score is multiplied by the thing that you see up there. That's a sort of multiplier. And there are any number of things that kind of give you score in the course of the game. And then at the end of the level, there are a number of other criteria that are applied, and those things collectively give you like, your actual score.
Gotcha. So are you progressing through the level once you hit a certain number? So like we just saw 900,000. So once you pass 900,000, let's just say, does a higher level enemy appear, or are you just trying to get the highest score possible as you go throughout the level?
You're trying to get the highest score for the leaderboards and also to earn souls, which I probably won't talk about right now. But those things are a point of progression and persistence things give you access to other, whether it's upgrades or other things later in the campaign. And there is, but the thing you asked originally, is there like a story? The answer is yes. So we can talk about that, or I can avoid it.
Yeah, no, I would love to dive into the story if you're willing to tell us about it. I mean, it takes place in hell, as we saw in the trailer.
I can talk a little about it because I think the marketing will kill me if I reveal too much. But what I can say is that you're playing this character, the Unknown, and she is the sort of, or she's the one who is there to, in theory, overturn the order of the Hells and replace order with chaos. At least that's the sort of broad setup. And there's this ruler that's sort of the Red Judge, who's I don't know if we've seen them, maybe we will later. And they're the antagonist. They're the immovable object to your irresistible force. And so that's kind of like the two of you are sort of opposed to one another and are eventually going to come into mortal conflict. And so so that's the setup. And you travel through all these different hells, and things will happen. And there is hopefully something like a story that's super metal that people will enjoy along the way.
Okay, so we're like slowly running out of time, and I feel like I have so many questions because this game is so intriguing to me. So let me start with, you stopped yourself from saying antagonist, and I know that a lot of your games in the past, or in a lot of interviews, you've talked about kind of this idea of perspective and offering a player the perspective of what might traditionally be the bad guy. Does this game kind of explore that philosophy?
Yep. I mean, in as much as it can in this context, I think none of the things that I like, I think, are not present. So just in the way that you're playing this character who looks a certain way and seems to be doing a certain thing, and the enemy that you're fighting looks a certain way and seems to be doing a certain thing. And the Paz the Skull, same thing. All those things, I think, I would hope that my particular things that I care about are also present there. So yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Most evasive answer. Most evasive answer I can possibly give.
So this question is solely for me, but we have to end the interview really quickly, so I'm going to ask it super fast. But is the person that we're watching in that in the footage that we just watched, are they just really good at the game, or does the music tailor to your shooting abilities so that you're on beat?
They are really good.
Got it.
They are
okay, cool.
Good.
That's definitely vibing.
Yeah, that person is super good. Like, if you play, probably not going to be that good, and not at the start. In fact, I remember I told the person who was doing it, like, Jesus, all right, well, you're really good. So yeah,
Calm down.
There's definitely, yeah, it's cool though.
Alrighty, well, David, thank you so much for talking to us. Before we go, do you have any information that you can give us on when we can expect to play this game and maybe what platforms it's coming to?
I think we can say that it's coming to PC and next gen and to current gen, and it's coming in 2021.
Thank you so much. We definitely look forward to hearing more about Metal Hellslinger in the future.
Oh, hey, you. Well, now we head from a bullet hell to a concrete jungle. If you're a fan of the Yakuza series, Yakuza Like a Dragon is probably already on your radar, and you know what you're in for, which is a densely packed city map full of minigames, organized crime, and ridiculous brawls. In case you're unfamiliar, here's 15 minutes of exclusive first look gameplay with one of the producers telling us all about the new game. Quick question, though. Will someone get beaten over the head with a bicycle? No, I'm kidding. I already know the answer. Of course they will. Let's see what else Max found out about Yakuza Like a Dragon.
As the 8th entry in the Yakuza series, Yakuza Like a Dragon might seem a bit intimidating, but launching on a whole bunch of different platforms and with a new protagonist and a brand new setting, it's as good a jumping on point as any. Joining me to talk about this brand new game is Scott Strickart, the senior localization producer from Sega on this wonderful series. Scott, thank you for joining us.
Always good to hang out with you, Max.
So, I have been somewhat on media blackout with Like a Dragon. This is obviously a huge, big new installment that is doing a lot of new stuff with the series. It's already been out in Japan for a little while, but you guys always go a really long way with how you approach localization. For people who haven't been paying close attention, can you give us a little bit of a rundown of what the setting is, who the main character is, and what we can expect to see?
Right. So our previous protagonist, Kazuma Kiryu, his story arc ended in Yakuza 6, and we are picking up the new character, Ichiban Kasuga here, the brand new storyline, all featuring him. He's our new protagonist, and he's very much a different guy than Kiryu ever was. There's a lot of different things about him that are where Kiryu is, we all kind of know him. Ichiban's going to hopefully steal everyone's hearts as we get into his story. So his primary story takes place in Yokohama, which is a city kind of adjacent to. It's in Tokyo, but it's a different suburb. So it's a completely new city for us. It's like 3 times the size of Kamurocho, and it's going to be pretty cool.
Now, one of the big, huge changes that's happening this time around is that Yakuza, which is historically a kind of an action beat 'em up, is now a party-based, turn-based RPG. Can you talk a little bit about that and how you're maintaining the same level of expectation for totally over-the-top action in a more of an RPG setting?
Absolutely. So Ichiban is his story is heavily dependent on his friendships that he makes with these other characters. They're all kind of coming from the same kind of climbing out from rock bottom kind of situations. It's a lot of people kind of from the edges of society coming together, and the dev team really felt like the best way to portray that was to allow the player to play as more than just Ichiban, to really kind of hang their hat on that like friendship thing that's kind of happening with Ichiban. So he's a very charismatic dude, and he attracts people to his kind of demeanor, but at the same time, he's a retro gamer. So these kind of RPG battles that are happening are very much kind of his mindset kind of happening in that you're looking at whenever the battles kind of transition. You probably saw that when the battle transitions, the enemies that he's fighting literally become like this almost kind of like monsters, and that's all kind of happening in his head, being portrayed kind of in the game. But we absolutely haven't forgotten our roots as an action game, and there's all kinds of ways that we're playing heavily to the audience who expects kind of more quick snappy kind of action. So that's all kind of incorporated into this RPG turn-based system that kind of under the hood will allow you to still kind of perform the action that you will love and know from the Yakuza series.
I dig that. So your party and your friends that you're making, can you talk a bit about how much variety you're going to have in terms of party members and characters you're going to be meeting along the way?
Right. So right now we have the full party of 4. You can get up to 6 plus 1 party member, optional. And that's going to be one way that you can differentiate your party. But we also have a full-on job system with 19 jobs that you can take up. And a lot of the times, I think when you think of a job system, you're like, all right, here's my thief, my ranger, my mage kind of things. But we're using a classic Yakuza approach for this and allowing you to select like real life jobs. So we'll show some of that gameplay in a bit here, but we'll change all the jobs for the characters. You'll see some of that kind of come into play.
Now, in the previous Yakuza games, you occasionally get different outfits, but they're usually not something you can unlock until later in the game. Are we going to see? I don't know if armor is the right word, but sort of different wardrobe for Ichiban and your party members?
Yes. So each job has its own custom outfit, and then in addition to its own custom outfit has a couple different variations on it. So not only that, there's going to be all kinds of unlockable kind of costumes that, like we always do, that we throw those into the free add-on stuff that like Yakuza does. We're one of the only people who continues to just throw free content post-launch, and those all will have costumes in it.
Now, the setting, I want to talk about this. How would you say it compares, other than just in terms of scale, to some of the previous settings like Sotenbori or Kamurocho?
So Yokohama is a massive port city, and it's got like 9 different districts. So you've got the uptown, you've got lowtown, you've got downtown, you've got the commercial district, you've got an industrial district, you've got Koreatown and Chinatown, and all these different like areas kind of have their own vibe and their own feel to them. And what's neat about it is that there's you may have noticed as he was playing some of the gameplay that like there's a different threat level to each of those. So like wandering too far and outside of your level is definitely going to be more of a challenge for you, and you're going to have to really kind of pick your strategy better when you're roaming through more dangerous areas.
In terms of enemy variety, we've seen like the wonderful, there's the threatening men, and there's delinquents, and there's various grades of street thugs. How do you maintain that same level, sort of within the pageantry of an RPG? Are there going to be? Are we going to get fantastical here? Is it going to get really like over the top?
You probably saw that as like I was mentioning, like the enemies are literally transform, and that's something that we play into really heavily. There's all kinds of different types of monsters. You add them very early on in the story. You gain what's called a Suji Dex in your as an app on your phone, and if that sounds familiar, there's a reason it does. But so you're basically running around collecting these monsters into your phone app, and they're all very, very kind of homage-y type of enemies to RPGs, while at the same time mixing them with that Yakuza like real life level. So like that guy that changed into a berserker, for instance, that we used a lot of Western names that are kind of they're very much an homage to a very particular series that Ichiban is a fan of, called Dragon Quest.
I love that. So this feels like a Yakuza game where you're playing as a JRPG nerd within the game. Like there's that level of like, it seems very meta.
It's a little meta. Yeah. There's like a whole conversation that Ichiban has with his party members early on. And he's like, guys, did you see those monsters transform? And they're like, no, bro, but whatever it is that you're thinking, like, that's fine as long as it helps you fight.
I guess we've seen, I think I caught a glimpse of Kiryu showing up in one of the trailers or some gameplay. Can you talk about sort of how this is going to intersect with the existing, Yakuza Judgment universe?
So it is definitely set in the same universe. When Ichiban gets out of Ichiban takes the fall for a crime that he didn't commit, very similar to our previous protagonist. But when he gets out in the year 2019, it's a brand new world for him, in which the Omi Alliance has essentially taken over Kamurocho. And if you're familiar with the kind of rivalry that the Omi and the Tojo clan have had for the last 6+ games, that's a huge deal, right? Like it's massive. And so all of that is kind of unfolding in the background as Ichiban is continually like kicked lower and lower. And like you mentioned, Kiryu and some of our previous pro tags even are kind of in the background, and you'll definitely intersect with them kind of later in the game in a way that is epic, but I don't want to spoil too much.
Now, I think my favorite part of the Yakuza series, obviously the super heavy duty, dramatic, operatic crime stuff is cool, but I love all of the weird sub stories and just, side characters you run into along the way. And you and the localization team always seem to have a really good time bringing that stuff to the beginning of this footage, who it seemed like you could talk to. Can you talk about some of just the silly stuff that we're going to be doing in this game, in addition to the heavy-duty crime drama?
So yeah, you saw that the crawfish over there, her name's Nancy. I don't want to talk too much about Nancy because we will absolutely be showing more of Nancy later. But yes, that involves Ichiban basically making friends with the crawfish. And it's just as bonkers as you might expect Yakuza to be. There's still heartwarming sub-stories. There's still very dramatic sub-stories, but for the most part, the sub-stories lean pretty hard into the nonsense side of things. Not to mention all the jobs and special attacks that we're now kind of seeing that, the musician, for instance, having a move called album drop, where he literally drops an album on a guy. So
now, the other thing that is huge in Yakuza games is all the different sort of mini games and activities. We've seen some of these teased. This has kart racing. Is that right?
Dragon Kart is a full-on like a Tokyo. It's very popular in Japan, where you like get in those like little go-karts and run around the town. But of course, we had to bring our Yakuza twist to that with rocket launchers and satellites and all that kind of nonsense and machine guns. So that's very much a mini game you can play. I think later in this footage, we're going to show a little bit of Can Quest. You can hop on like a rickshaw and start collecting cans, but for a little bit of side income. And that's hilarious. And here we are. Your goal here in this mini game is to collect these cans and get the boosts, and without getting kind of taken out by your competition who's out there also collecting cans. You have to ram them, and you have to avoid the garbage truck and the thieves and get back to the goal in time before running out of time to collect your cans.
Are we going to see any of the sort of the business management type of games we've gotten used to? I mean, we've run hostess clubs, we've done real estate and construction companies.
There is a full-on business management mode sub-story happening, and it's just as intricate as Real Estate Royale was, where Ichiban will be tasked with taking over a failing confectionery company and taking that from a literally failing company to a great holdings company, where you'll have to recruit managers, assign them to properties, and to go into these really epic like shareholder battles where the shareholders are laying out their grievances and you have to fight them and apologize to them with naturally over the top level of Yakuza nonsense.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. I mean, the thing about this series that I love is that you wind up latching on to the thing that was you least expected. You know, there'll be some little mini game that you're like, that sounds weird. Who would be into that? And then, you find yourself sinking 11 hours into it and you're like, oops.
Yeah.
Can you, is there going to be any dating? We've seen that kind of got dabbled in Judgment.
Yeah, if you're familiar with the, I guess the Persona series, where you can level your kind of personality up a bit. If you raise certain levels of your personality enough, you might be able to approach some of the ladies you've met throughout the storylines and all that kind of stuff. So it's definitely there. You just have to earn it.
Now, you mentioned Persona. That's another Sega property. Obviously, that's kind of the when people think like the turn-based JRPG that Sega makes, that's the big one. And now Yakuza is kind of dipping their toe into that. Have the teams like interacted at all, given each other notes on that kind of thing, or?
That's a great question. They're in the same building. I couldn't tell you, but I think there's definitely some learnings happening, and I think it's just a cool kind of marriage of ideas that's certainly you're seeing with not only Persona but also Like a Dragon.
I love it. Yeah. So I mean, it's interesting to see these sort of parallels. They're both games where you go exploring, in Japan and making friends and fighting stuff. And in this case, it seems like it's definitely dabbling in that JRPG territory, but it's still squarely, Yakuza stuff. Can you talk about sort of it's weird because it doesn't look turn-based. I guess the spacing seems really dynamic and almost more action RPG-ish.
Definitely, it's super snappy. So like you not only during battle you can for one automate as anyone that you'd want to automate, so you can make it incredibly snappy that way. But also there's this very dynamic kind of live action kind of feel happening where the characters are just kind of they're dancing around each other a little bit. And so like if a character is between you or if a bike is between you and a character, your character will automatically like pick up that bike, weave it into his attack. And so like, that happens. And then another character, if you've leveled up your bond via drink links with that character, they will, step in and do a follow-up attack. And, there's action prompts that are like, where you've probably seen them throughout the footage where the character, you'll have to be pressing buttons and you can do perfect guards. And so you are like on your toes at the whole time. It's not a very passive battle system at all. You can, tailor that to be as slow or as fast as you want.
Well, that is awesome. This was, of course, got a big, huge announcement reveal thing there was the Xbox Series X presentation, direct state of Xbox, whatever the hell we're calling it. There's too many of these things.
Right.
And everyone's dying to know about next gen. Can you say anything about what people can expect from Yakuza Like a Dragon on the Series X compared to sort of current gen?
We're definitely supporting the smart delivery feature. And outside of that, there's like, we're still figuring that out a little bit, but for the most part, we're ready to support next gen on this, which is going to be pretty cool.
Okay, so when can people expect to get their hands on Yakuza Like a Dragon, Scott?
We'll be there day one on Xbox Series X, Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Windows 10, and Steam.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for coming by and chatting. I'm a big fan of Yakuza, as you might have guessed by my suit. I get married in the suit, and I do my Yakuza E3 interviews in this suit. Anyway, thanks for coming by. This has been great. I'm dying to know more about Yakuza Like a Dragon, and it's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure, Max. Thank you.
Now that we're up to speed on Like a Dragon, it's time for another quick break, but don't worry, it won't drag on. Stick around for another round of exclusive exclusive new game trailers, the latest on Borderlands 3 DLC, and more as IGN Expo Day 1 continues. Then check back tomorrow for another charity speedrun, IGN Expo number 2, and Sony State of Play reveal stream. Summer is just getting started. IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
This is IGN Summer of Gaming, and we are still in the midst of IGN Expo 1. Don't forget, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the Bail Project Fund and World Health Organization by clicking the donation links in the description of this video or heading on over to donate.ign.com.
The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families and restoring the presumption of innocence. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. All of this is all very well and good, but even better, by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda.
And for even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the Summer of Gaming hashtag, where you can watch along with live events from Summer of Gaming, submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, Summer of Gaming reactions, and Summer of Gaming plays. I just said Summer of Gaming so many times.
Summer of Gaming. But we're only just now getting started, and we've got a lot to cover. So let's check out some more new trailers for incredible upcoming games. Rapid fire style. Judges, show me the trailers. I have no idea what that's from. If you know, let us know in the chat.
Welcome to the Western Pacific. I'm Dr. Mirai Soto, and I'll be your eyes and ears on this expedition. I'm joined today by two colleagues.
Hello, I'm Andre.
And I'm Irina. First time on a live stream. Be gentle with her. Oh, wow. Glad we didn't miss this.
Beautiful. Why are you so focused on this pod and the baby?
I'm hoping to follow the baby for years, to learn from her as she learns from her family.
Hello, Mirai. Thanks for checking in. Feeling settled in the sun? Is everything tested out?
Fabulous. The overhead speakers sound great. Glad I brought my tunes.
Science is not magic, it takes patience.
I'd like to believe in a little magic. Irina, did you expect volcanic activity here? Andre, who is messing with my whales?
Colorado ain't easy.
I've got one foot in the grave.
Out here, every decision is life or death.
Jesus, lay your forgiving hands on me.
And sometimes the people with the biggest smiles have the coldest hearts.
I've got one foot.
The marshals are sworn to uphold order in Colorado Springs, but they're more like the patriarch's private army. The only orders they uphold are his.
I've got 2 hands.
The Gippers claim their God president will make America the shining city on the hill it once was.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to...
But they kill anyone they think is a communist, and they think everyone is a communist. Then there's the 100 families. They claim they want a better Colorado. And they do, but mostly just for themselves.
Can you hear my plea? God brought me here, now he wants me to leave.
Every group has a plan for Colorado's future, even those Butcher and Dorseys. But it's up to you, Ranger. Whose side are you on?
Yo. So, the demon world separated into turfs. And these turfs? Yeah, they're filled with all kinds of nasties, alright. Each gang's got their big, scary leader, too.
Want to tussle? Oh, God!
You dare!
Initiate challenge mode.
But none stand a chance to the Demon King himself. I say it's it's time to kick his sorry butt out of here. Whoa! It's my time to shine.
If you liked those dual universe spaceships, you can actually download a file to 3D print one by visiting the Dual Universe site at dualthegame.com. And right now you can get a discount by using the promo code IGN20. In other news, with AAA games like Mario Odyssey, Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated, and Psychonauts 2 leading the charge, the 3D platforming renaissance seems to be upon us. And it doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. Brian got to chat with one of the designers of a game that could prove to be the next big indie platformer, Demon Turf. Let's check it out.
In 2017, retro platformer Slime Song captured our hearts and kicked our asses. And now Fabraz, the studio that gave us Slime Song, is back with something brand new, Demon Turf. From Fabraz, please welcome CEO Fabian Rossifar and lead programmer Ben Miller. So we have entered the world of Demon Turf, which is a brand new platformer that you guys are working on. Tell me about it. How did this come together, and what is this game?
Basically, it kind of was something that was brewing in my head for a while, and I've always grown up with platformers, 2D platformers and 3D platformers. And we felt with Slime Song, we really kind of did everything we wanted to do with the genre, but we weren't quite done with what comes with a platforming game. And so we started experimenting with a 2.5D game at first that then developed into Demon Turf, our now 3D platformer, our big take on the 3D platforming genre, that kind of tries to combine everything we love from it, but then also trying to bring new things to it that are different. And we're just really, really excited to bring it to you. In a way, for us, this is kind of a spiritual successor to Slime Song.
So did this kind of break your brains to have to work on something that was 2D and sort of traditional and was specifically, evocative of a entire style of game, a whole era of video games, to now jump into 3D? That took many other game developers like 15, 20 years to get accustomed to. And for you guys, it was just like 2 or 3 years. You're already into the next dimension. So what were some of the sort of challenges of going from 2D to 3D from a strictly platforming sense?
I mean, honestly, and I think Ben can back me up on this, the weirdest thing about this project is how smooth it's been. Every time we tried out something new, it just kind of worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I'd say, especially on the mechanical side, a lot of the tricks we learned from Slime Song, we kind of could extend and bring into 3D, and it just felt like a natural extension. Where actually was where we did like find challenges was more on the art style side of like, there's actually a lot of things that 3D makes a lot simpler that then combining 2D and 3D like this actually brings in whole new challenges of like spacing and trying to get a tab on how enemies are facing and that kind of thing, that then we basically had to come up with new solutions for that worked for both of these kind of approaches.
And this is because we are combining 2D art with 3D environments. I think that's kind of the thing that is very different about it, and came with complications, but I think works out really well for just how cool it looks, I think.
Yeah, it sort of reminds me of like when I first played Super Mario 64, and I was surprised at the amount of 2D elements in that game, so like fences and some blades of grass and stuff like that. It's almost sort of like this kind of Paper Mario-ish aesthetic, where you have this 2D character that's kind of flipping on different planes, or like going through sort of simplistic animation, but is still very animated. And so tell me about traversal in this game, because this character is doing a kind of incredible sort of array of different moves here, more so than I would say, there's been a sort of a renaissance of kind of N64 inspired 3D platformers in the last few years. This character seems to have like a pretty insane moveset. I saw like a hook shot and then transforming into a bat. We're now sort of like, I don't know, like underwater jetting through this tunnel. Like how did all this come together?
It exploded. I mean, honestly, we kind of started working from the basics. You've got to jump, then you've got a double jump. Then we're like, okay, let's add some more dynamic jumps. We've got triple jumps, triangle jumps, super jumps, which are basically combinatorial ones that you can do with your other demon forms, which are the double jump demon form and the spin demon form, which allows you to traverse over a certain distance and then slowly fall. But then if you jump out of that, you create a super jump. And so that kind of just like it build up from each other in a really crazy way. And what we did for progression is that we decided some of these things we're going to lock out, and you unlock them throughout the game. And these are what we call the turf abilities. Basically, each turf brings a new one. And so the hook shot is the first one. The second one is the rolling demon, which you see right here, actually, which is basically a snake biting its own tail, becoming a wheel, and then you just go at it. The third ability is a glide, which is essentially a crow demon that you can turn into. And then the fourth one is the craziest one that honestly we spend a lot of time on, because entire games can just focus on that one mechanic alone, a timeout bubble. Basically, you can shoot out a spherical bubble that the longer you charge it, the bigger it is, that anything within that bubble, the time slows down. Enemies, moving platforms, bullets, you name it.
Wow.
So it's just got more and more. And then the really big part that is also a big focus of the game is the combat, which Ben is is his like love child. So I'm sure he wants to talk about it.
Yeah, so I mean, like we were trying to find our own ways to sort of put our spin on the genre, and for the combat, we wanted to try something different from like the typical health bar and getting them down to 0 health approach. So we tried to go for something very like momentum driven and physicsy, where it's one hit kills for anything with like spikes or pushing enemies off ledges, but you just have this like different size of hands and punch combos you can send out, that it's all about sort of pushing enemies around. It's like a tug of war of trying to get them into the right position to then knock them off the stage or into a hazard. And so then that was sort of a starting point that then branched off in all different kinds of directions for the combat and mechanic design of the game.
Now, in terms of level design, is it sort of freeform? Like, does it feel like it's a kind of situation where the player can kind of explore and traverse as they want and sort of accomplish goals, or are there like set parameters for what they need to do in a specific level?
It's a bit of a combination. So basically, you've got hubs, which you can freely explore, and there's NPCs, there's side quests, there's shops that you can spend collectibles on. And levels do have collectibles, but I wouldn't say that this game is necessarily a collectathon at its heart, because the levels are a start to finish line scenario. However, we have a couple of really cool twists there, because basically your goal is to become the Demon Queen, right? So the Demon King currently rules over all turfs, and you first have to convince all the gangs of each turf to join your cause to then take on the big honcho. And that means that when you go through a turf, which is basically a game world, and you go through all the levels, that's your first visit. But then once you've done them all and you've beaten the turf leader, you can revisit these levels, and they're completely remixed at that point. We call it the return state. And basically at that point, the time of day might have changed, the weather has changed, the layout has changed, there's new challenges. And that's kind of like our big twist that we throw in there, where essentially it's like New Game Plus, but you unlock it already right at the beginning, and it's far more than just a regular remix, but it's essentially a new level.
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, then also, On top of that, that's when we introduce the turf ability, so that you start re-exploring these levels with this new mechanic that lets you engage with sort of new parts you wouldn't have dealt with previously. And also it's kind of freeform, so that you have levels, but also you can do them whatever or you want, so that you have to get through a set number to fight the boss, but then also you can do whichever order and sequence you want to.
Now, 3D platformers and 2D platformers in general have a sort of like long history of mostly kind of like happy, optimistic protagonists. You know, like they're always like a big, like even like literally Mario is just constantly cheering and saying Yahoo, Wahoo and stuff like that. Your character looks like she doesn't really want to be hanging out with anybody. She's pretty much like, she looks like me when I went on vacation with my family in high school, where I was like, I don't want to be here. Tell me about the protagonist.
Yeah, so her name's Beebs, and she's a very young demon. She's 1,000 years old, which is basically nothing in the demon world. Not even reach her teens with that. And she has a ton of attitude, and you definitely picked up on that. The thing is about her, though, that she's kind of, rough shell, but soft inside. She's kind of a softie, because she does all of this. Her entire goal, basically, is to just finally have people take her a little more serious. Because whenever she says that she wants to do something, they're like, oh yeah, sure you will when you grow up. But she wants to prove that, hey, if I say I can take over these gangs, believe me, and like, please don't let me be alone all the time, because she's actually essentially an orphan. She has no parents of any kind. And so that's kind of the narrative that drives her. But on the exterior, without a doubt, she's all about, attitude.
I like that, because it's not just like tood. It's like specifically like it's definitely, yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly it. Now, in terms of progression, you talked about getting more power-ups and stuff like that. We haven't really seen much in the way of boss fights so far, but is that something that you guys are working on?
Yeah, so because the big narrative focus is that you have these turfs with their gangs and their turf leader, the leaders are the big bosses. And what I really like is that unlike a lot of other games where, you don't see the boss until you actually face them, and then you just deal with them and you never see them again, these are real entities. These are characters that stick around. So they hang around in their hub, and you talk to them, and they're like, yeah, you can't fight me until you've convinced my gang that it's even worth it. And then you fight them, and afterwards they actually address you as the boss, begrudgingly, of course. So it's kind of like a big part of also the feel of the world.
No, I love it. Now, you listed some platforms at the end there. And any idea like around like sort of a release date or anything when we can play it? I want to play it. That's basically what I'm asking you. I just want to play this game immediately.
Well, so we were still working on it. So that footage is still technically alpha footage. We don't have a solid release date yet. I can give you end of this year, beginning of next year.
Sweet.
Platforms, we definitely can confirm PC, so Steam and Epic Game Store. We can confirm Nintendo Switch, and we will most likely release on an Xbox platform.
All right. That's awesome. Thanks, guys. We look forward to hearing more about Demon Turf in the future.
Well, Brian got to show off Demon Turf, but I have a commercial break because sometimes work assignments aren't fair, but we do need to pay the bills for a minute. But stick around for the scoop on a bunch more new games afterwards, plus tomorrow's Expo number 2 and Sony's much anticipated State of Play, all about the PlayStation 5. So check back in wherever you stream or on IGN 1 on your Samsung TV Plus. We'll be right back.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
A clear white money energy was on the streets, trying to consume some search for the eat so I could get.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat. Welcome back to IGN Expo 1, a part of the Summer of Gaming. Don't forget, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and Bail Project charities. Be sure to click the donation links in the description of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to donate. Let's get back into it.
Observer is a cyberpunk horror game that was first released back in 2017, and now it's getting augmented, upgraded, and enhanced with a new coat of paint thanks to a next-gen release. The fine folks over at Bloober Team are about to give us a sneak peek at Observer System Redux, and you know what? I'm going to be nice and let you look at it too. Take a look. Go ahead. You can do it.
Hi everyone, I'm Tomasz Bunkowski from the System Redux dev team. Today we'd like to show you an extensive gameplay demo, including the first glimpses of brand new story content. But first, let's take a look at how we use the next-gen power to deliver an even more immersive vision of year 2084. For Observer System Redux, we've rebuilt and upgraded the visuals in practically every aspect. The game uses now improved assets, including 4K textures, new high-quality animations and models, as well as upgraded particle effects and simulations. We've also significantly increased the overall lighting quality across the whole game, with the support of HDR and ray tracing, and thanks to such effects as volumetric lights or global illumination, System Redux delivers a much more atmospheric and impressive depiction of the dark cyberpunk future. Last but not least, we take advantage of the SSDs to massively shorten loading times, so that they're mostly unnoticeable for the player. Of course, Observer System Redux will run at 4K resolution at 60 frames per second. Now, let's see the game in action.
Warning. Synchronization error. Administer medication.
You play as Dan, a detective of the future able to hack into the minds of others in search for clues and evidence.
During questioning. Emergency extraction procedure successful.
Right now, you're on the trail of the serial killer, but the victim just died before you could finish your neural interrogation. To find your next lead, you must search the room the old-fashioned way.
Synchrosine injected. Strain level decreased.
Well, well. You must be Helen. What else are we hiding in here? Jesus. And what might that be?
This altar of affection marks the beginning of one of the new storylines added to the System Redux. Her Fearful Symmetry, as this side case is called, tells a psychotic love story explored through the lens of the game's dystopian and transhumanist themes. Right now, however, Dan must find Helena.
My timing is really off today. Poor Helen. Lazarski, 656210. We have a third victim. Time of death, about an hour ago. Starting forensic analysis. Multiple puncture wounds, a few inches deep.
Your detective work is enhanced with two scanners.
Helena Novak, wife of the previous victim. Amir Novak.
EM Visions lets you analyze electronic devices, while Biovision helps you pick up any organic traces and clues.
The neural implants untouched.
Warning. Attempting a necroneural connection is in direct violation of the Postmortem Observation Act of 2061. Authorization denied.
Emergency override. Open maintenance panel.
Warning. Brainwave activity sensor offline. Emergency extraction procedure offline.
This better be worth it.
Let's fast forward a bit for the sake of this presentation. After the risky hacking of Helena's dead mind, Dan is closer to finding the killer, but starts to experience hallucinations. Disturbing visions, previously experienced only when hacking somebody's mind, begin to seep into the physical world, blurring the line between what's real and virtual, which is another of the important issues discussed in the story. Dancer's got a distress message from an unknown sender. If you follow this lead, it will start another of the new quests. Error signal. These new cases are all designed to explore thought-provoking themes of a future that soon might become our present. But there are more than that. We're designing a full package along with new puzzles, game mechanics, and mind-bending Dream Eater segments. With the code from the club, Dan can push forward after the killer. He is here. This concludes today's presentation, but stay tuned for future reveals of all the upgrades and new content we're working on. Observer System Redux comes to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X later this year. Thank you for watching.
All right, well, to see the Observer trailer again in beautiful, stunning, magnanimous 4K resolution, head on over to IGN.com and you can have it as a treat. And for even more Summer of Gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming, where you can watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays.
While we're still on the subject of Observer, here's something that I've observed. Segues are very hard to write. That's right, I'm talking about Borderlands 3, everyone's favorite cel-shaded open-world looter shooter. Gearbox has done a great job supporting the game with a mess of story-driven DLCs, and they've got another one in the works. Our very own Mark Medina talked with the developer about Bounty of Blood. Let's see what he found out.
Borderlands 3 came out back in September of 2019, and we're already on its third DLC pack, Bounty of Blood. I'm here with Matt Cox to tell us all about it. Hello, Matt.
Hey, how are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yep. Let's just jump right in. Why is this the DLC to check out if somebody missed the first two?
Well, Bounty of Blood offers so much in the way of new gameplay objects and a new vehicle called the Jet Beast, and of course a ton of new enemies to explore. But I'm very excited about the story, and the story is a simple story of revenge and redemption set on a very brutal planet called Gehenna. But there's a lot to offer, from answering the sheriff's bounty to take on the Devil Riders, which are our main enemies that have tamed the wild beasts that this company has experimented on. And so our mission is to take down the Devil Riders using these new gameplay objects and by any means necessary.
So Bounty of Blood offers a level boost if you are just starting the game for the first time. How exactly is that going to work?
It's pretty wonderful. So if you are not as far into Borderlands 3, the campaign, to be able to access Sanctuary, the ship, and be able to actually travel to different planets, we have a new feature that allows you to start a character right at that point in the story, so you don't have to worry about how much you've completed so far in the game, and you can jump into Bounty of Blood or any other story DLC.
Oh, awesome.
It's pretty cool.
So it's like, it helps you get into any of them. Okay, so we're in a Western now. We're in a Western setting. What's it like to be on this planet and travel around and meet these new characters?
Yeah, Gehenna, again, it's a brutal frontier planet. It was once this company's, long gone company's testing ground for new types of weapons and biological experiments. And this whole planet is now overrun by these genetically modified beasts and their keepers. And the Devil Rider gang has learned how to tame them. So throughout the game, you're going to see these Devil Riders like riding these experimental creatures, but also while you're on the frontier, the player has a brand new vehicle called the Jet Beast, which is kind of like half jet bike, half creature, and with some mounted weaponry that's pretty badass. So you have these dual machine guns, but if you are able to hijack some enemy jet beasts, you can get a new weapon like a cannon shooter. That's exactly what it's called. Cannon shooter, like it's a cannon mount. And then there's also this mortar. Yeah, exactly. That is the technical shipped name of that gun. But there's also a mortar launcher you can find for the jet beast. But the frontier is an amazing, like, it would probably remind you of a typical Western frontier, but there's influences from all over the world. But then we travel to some very interesting locations, a lot of which I we're not going to spoil today. But there's a lot of mysteries, and Bounty of Blood actually is a self-contained story. The only characters that we're familiar with in this are the Vault Hunters themselves. So every single character in this DLC is brand new.
How much does a DLC like this, when you think about bounties, how much does it offer to be able to sprinkle in like weekly or maybe even daily challenges where it's like, hey, we need you guys to gather a team and here's the bounty, and like go get this person. There's already a lot of that in Borderlands 3. Does this DLC just add to that?
Well, this is more of a traditional campaign DLC where everything is already packaged into it, as opposed to like weekly events that our live team works really hard and does an amazing job with, like with takedowns and all of those events. This being a campaign DLC, we do have essentially other bounties for special, high-ranking Devil Riders that you can. And the cool thing about the challenges within A Bounty of Blood is that they change the town in some way. So if you go do a creature challenge, you'll actually see, we have a tannery where you'll see that hide displayed as kind of your trophy. And we also have a theater challenge. We have a theater in our town of Vestige. So we have the frontier planet, the blast, or part of the planet, which is called the Blast Plains, and then we have the town, which is called Vestige. And the town has been overrun by the Devil Riders, and that's why the sheriff has issued the bounty. But if you do certain challenges and things for the town, it changes the town in some way. So this theater challenge, you can find these lost film reels all across the DLC, and every time you find a lost film reel, you can go back into the theater in Vestige and see part of the film play out. And if you complete the entire challenge, you can watch a small film.
Okay. So I think everybody's going to want to know loot. So
you bet.
Obviously, Westerns, we got, long rifles, we got cool pistols, all this. Like, what can we expect from this like new Western themed DLC?
Oh yeah, so you're gonna get a bunch of new loot, some cool new legendary guns, as you would expect from any sort of DLC drop from Gearbox and Borderlands. But yeah, we do have pistols. You can't have a Western without pistols, but not all the new loot that you find will be pistols. We have some crazy stuff.
All sharpshooters.
Yeah, that's right. We have something called a bubble blaster that you may find if you do a certain side mission that has high damage soap bubbles. So we go crazy and weird with some of the new things you find, but we also have a particular Torg weapon that features gyro jets that leaves sticky bombs on enemies as it passes through them.
Why not?
Why not?
I'm a big fan of collecting skins. And so I would assume that this DLC is going to come with all sorts of fun cowboy themed skins, I would hope.
You can expect to have a very a Bounty of Blood themed skin pack for the Vault Hunters for sure.
Okay, so what is like the one thing that you're most excited for people to see without spoiling anything? What is like the one thing that you're like, man, I really can't wait for people to see this?
That's like saying pick one of your 5 children and tell me why they are the best. Well, we've talked about the town. That's cool. Rose and Juno are our allies, the brand new characters that anchor our DLC. Juno is a rough and tumble brawler with a checkered past, and Rose is our guide and an ally. So I'm excited about them. Town changes are great. Jet Beast new vehicle, also incredibly fun. But I would say it's tied between our new gameplay objects that are a little bit of a Metroidvania ingredient into what we're doing with Bounty of Blood, as well as the narrator. We haven't talked about the narrator yet. So this is new for Borderlands. We actually have a character that's vocal only. We'll never see him, but he comments on the events, whether it's story or context to objectives. So we actually have a narrator character that is following us, telling us about the story as we're playing it. So that's really cool. But I'm a gameplay person at heart, so I'm a Nintendo head, honestly. I grew up playing a bunch of Mario and Zelda, and I still do with my kids. So gameplay is where a lot of my heart lies. So we have a Trader Weed, a Core Sploder, a Breezer, and a Telezapper. And we unlock these new gameplay objects as you play through the story. And so the Trader Weed, when you find it, it turns enemies to your side. A Core Sploder is a big rock type of plant made of core, and core is the element that everybody's excited about on this planet, trying to mine core. But Core Sploder, you melee it, and it shotguns out high damage shrapnel. So, and then a Breezer is kind of like a jump pad. It helps you soar into the air. And then our Telezapper is essentially a teleporter. But how we've used these in challenges and some side missions, and even in the main story missions, it's probably my favorite part. Our team did a great job embracing, kind of throwing a little bit of a Metroidvania gameplay element into our story.
That sounds like a lot. Sounds like a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
So did I?
It might be too much.
That was the one thing, right? Yeah.
That was it. Yeah. Matt, Bounty of Blood, Fistful of Redemption. It's coming out soon, right?
It is coming out very soon. Everybody will be able to play Bounty of Blood on June 25th.
It's not soon enough, but we'll wait. Matt, thank you so much for joining us and telling us about the new DLC.
Coming up, IGN Summer of Gaming Expo continues with even more new games and reveals. You can follow us on TikTok, send us a yappa, donate, sound off in the comments below, make noise in the chat, whisper softly in our ears. I don't know. You know the drill. When we come back, we'll be exploring the Waylands, so stay tuned.
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who'll be partying with us all summer long.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Welcome back to IGN Expo #1, part of IGN Summer of Gaming. Don't forget to give to the Bail Project and World Health Organization by clicking on the links in the descriptions below to help combat COVID-19 and reunite families.
Sydney. Sydney. As the sun sets and the day turns to night, I often lay alone in my quarters, the candlelight flickering around me while I wistfully dream of a simpler time when classical party-based role-playing games were bountiful and aplenty. And then I remember the upcoming classical party-based role-playing game, The Waylanders, and all is right in the world. Huzzah, forsooth! So keep those donations coming, but also let's take a look at The Waylanders.
The Waylanders is a classically inspired RPG that took its first steps on Kickstarter back in 2018 and has been steadily picking up steam ever since. I recently got to check out an alpha build of the game ahead of its early access launch to explore its fantastical take on the Celtic Age. And yes, that means it is still very much a work in progress. Bugs are still being discovered and weeded out, in-engine cutscenes and conversations still lack animations or lip syncing, and plenty of items and abilities lack descriptions. But this early access version gives us a good look at what to expect from this ambitious and promising RPG. The Waylanders is a unique blend of historical fiction and mythic fantasy, set in the ancient real-world region of Brigantia, but overflowing with supernatural magic. Written by veterans of games like Telltale's The Walking Dead and Fallout New Vegas, its story revolves around what happens when some of that magic becomes corrupted, and how our choices in light of that ripple across history. And while we'll see the consequences of those decisions depicted as the story jumps forward in time to the Middle Ages and back again, the early access build is primarily focused on the first Celtic Age segment of the game. Combat, which mechanically feels like the most fleshed out aspect of the build at this stage, is a comfortable take on the classic active pause RPG formula. You've got a party made up of your archetypal warrior, tank, mage, or healer classes that evolve with new attacks, abilities, and subclasses as you level up, but there are a couple of interesting twists. First and foremost is the Waylanders' formations mechanic, which allows characters to rally other party members into a tight group to perform unique class-based maneuvers against enemies. These can range from historically inspired arrangements like a classical Grecian phalanx to the mythical Sorcerer's Conclave, which transforms them into an arcane siege tower. And selecting which characters in your party are part of a given formation provides an extra layer of strategy too. The more members in a formation, the more damage it can deal or absorb before breaking, but pooling everyone into one big group drastically limits your options. Perhaps instead of channeling the entire party's energy into a magical golem that will stomp all over its foes, you can opt to put 3 of your 5 total party members into the Guardian Shield Dome to provide cover as your 2 spellcasters bombard the enemy from a distance. It's a really flexible system that seems ripe for endless customization and tinkering for you tacticians out there. And that goes for the Waylanders' configurable AI as well, which allows you to toggle back your party members' behavior to only take actions you command, or, for those of you who prefer a more casual experience, crank it up so that they'll basically take care of themselves when you want to focus on playing as one character instead of all 5. The other notable tweak to the classic RPG style, and this goes for exploration as well as combat, is the Waylanders' dedication to making the experience just as enjoyable for players who prefer a third-person perspective as those who want the classic isometric RPG experience.
Quickly swapping from a top-down or three-quarter perspective to a third-person follow cam with the push of a button is a great quality of life innovation, and something I'd like to see other modern takes on the old-school RPG adopt. And while it's still a bit more cumbersome than a traditional third-person camera, it's still the best execution of the idea I've seen in a genre that's never really managed to get past the really, really zoomed-in ISO cam feel. The option to experience the world from ground level instead of the traditional eye in the sky is something I really appreciated, because what I've seen of the world of the Waylanders so far has been beautiful. From villages surrounded by dense woods to mysterious islands crackling with mystical energy, every environmental pixel is designed to heighten the fantastical nature of Gato's take on ancient Galicia. It's a fascinating mix of old-world historical influence and creative, colorful designs. Blue-skinned humanoid sorcerers with golden metallic eyes sit across the table from Greek adventurers and Celtic kings, while the quote-unquote monstrous Fomorian giants of Irish folklore are surprisingly endearing with their childlike excitement at seeing the surface world for the first time.
Holy shit! Yes!
The Waylanders looks to be an engaging take on the Celtic mythos, which rarely gets a spotlight in media as it is, and I'm intrigued to see where it ends up once it hits final release. Gato Studios is clearly invested in creating an experience alongside its community, and with a fresh take on RPG systems and its unique world, we'll gladly keep checking back throughout early access to see how it's shaping up.
Up next on Check Out This Game, we're giving you an early look at The Riftbreaker, a wild mix of an action RPG, an RTS-style base builder, and a tower defense game. Take a look at some exclusive gameplay from its fiery lava environment.
Base is under attack.
Under attack. One of our buildings has been destroyed.
Base is under attack. Wall destroyed. Base is under attack. Accused technology has been developed.
New details are available for crafting.
One of our buildings is being destroyed. One of our walls is being destroyed. Base is under attack.
Like what you see? Then head on over to IGN.com or YouTube.com/IGN to watch the full extended version of this gameplay.
Wall destroyed.
Base is under attack.
Base is under attack. That was Tom Marks with some info on survival game The Riftbreaker. Wait, you're still here? Well, it's time to GTFO. That's not me being rude or kicking you out. That's actually a video game name that I'm going to tell you about right now. GTFO is a survival horror first-person shooter that teaches you and three friends a valuable lesson about friendship as the four of you blast the crap out of a bunch of unthinkable horrors while exploring the depths of a creepy facility. Video games. Aren't they great? Believe it or not, this is still just the first of 4 IGN Expos we put together as part of the IGN Summer of Gaming. Collect them all! And it's not over yet, so don't forget to check us out tomorrow for Expo number 2, plus another charity speedrun and Sony's State of Play conference, where I think they're going to talk about a small system called the PlayStation 5. Finally!
That would be nice. And don't forget, all summer long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and Bail Project charities. The World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. Maybe you've heard of it. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families, and restoring the presumption of innocence. Both good causes.
Not only that, but by donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda, so be sure to check out the donation links in the descriptions of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to give.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for, we are exploring Mortal Shell, the debut game from Cold Symmetry. This is an action RPG with tense, deliberate combat and punishing enemies set in a terrifying hellscape for players to explore at their own risk. We've got an exclusive trailer followed by your first look at gameplay, complete with developer commentary. And if you like Souls-like games as much as we do, you will not want to miss this.
I do.
I do not deserve absolution, yet still I seek it.
You must find his name.
Mortal Shell is an action RPG announced earlier this year that has fans of a certain notoriously difficult game very excited. Right now I'm joined by the fine gentleman from developer Cold Symmetry. Guys, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hey,
hi there.
Great to see you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. This game looks awesome. People are really stoked about it. Let's start with the shells from the title. What are these shells?
The shells are the playable characters in the game. Through inhabiting them, you learn more about who they were. You get in touch with their abilities. But first, you must learn their names.
Okay, indeed, so, and what you see on the screen is Harris, which is one of the first shells you actually acquire. And yeah, just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and you know,
No, go ahead.
Their abilities, they're really each of their abilities are tied in with their storyline. So you might have someone who was an executioner and someone who was a poisoner, and so you'll get to as you get to know who they were when you unlock their storyline. You see here that we're learning who this shell was, what their name was, and each time you unlock a little bit more about their history, you get you acquire one of their abilities as well.
So, how many shells are there, or do you even know yet? And it sounds like they were going to be providing different types of playstyles.
There are 4 unique mortal shells that you can discover if you can find them.
Indeed, yeah, and indeed they do provide different playstyles. And as a matter of fact, each shell might even kind of feel like a different game depending on if you really fully utilize their combat potential, right? Like one shell, for example, when it comes to dodges and rolls, can only roll a certain way. Another shell can only execute a dodge in a certain way. And as Andrew already mentioned, as you discover the abilities and as you learn more about their past in terms of their lore and history, you will also see how each of those abilities really tied in together and in the one specific theme that one shell represent. And the more you uncover, the more you learn what their strong side really is.
So you mentioned if you can find all these shells, are they sort of doled out throughout the entirety of the game, or is it possible to get all 4 of them near the beginning of the game so you can use them throughout the entire game?
They're hidden throughout the world. It is close to the beginning, so that you can so that you'll be able to kind of choose one which suits your play style the best fairly early on, but you will have to kind of scour that initial area for them.
Gotcha. Now, in the announcement trailer that was released earlier this year, it looks like there was a scene where we saw the player get knocked out of a shell. Is that something that can happen during combat?
Yeah, that's what happens when your HP reaches 0. You get knocked out of your shell. You're put into this more vulnerable state. It can kind of have tactical advantages, but the big disadvantage is that you only have 1 HP when you're in that state. So you have to be super careful. Yeah, you can get back into the shell a limited number of times, but yeah, you've got to really manage your HP, manage your stamina, and kind of explore all the tactics there.
But if you're really hardcore, you can actually even like play through the game without any shells at all. Like if you really want a challenge, so that's always an option.
Yeah, in fact, there's like a secret spot that we hope one of those more hardcore players who really want the challenge to find, where you like sort of officially within the game's lore, obviously, you renounce the bonding with all the shells. It even changes your skin, and it kind of like, all right, it's on now. You're gonna live in the age, baby.
Well, these types of games definitely have those hardcore players that are looking for a challenge. So that'll really be fun watching people try to do like a no-shell playthrough.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're being upfront that this is a Souls-like game. What made you decide to make this kind of game?
I mean, I guess for us it was never even a question what type of game we want to do, because we all are fans of these games. We enjoy playing them. We love the meaning and the philosophy that they have inside. So we just wanted to do something that we would play ourselves, and hopefully other people will enjoy too.
I mean, the first time I went over to Vitaly's house, he had this LED screen on his fridge that was, I'm going there, which was rotating the armor sets, rotating the armor sets from Dark Souls 3, like it was pictures of his pets or his kids or something, and then right after that, we had a 2.5-hour conversation about debating the merits of nihilism.
Oh wow!
Yeah, very, very true. I have to admit, I had a phase like that, and I guess like the first experience of playing a Dark Souls game was really, in a way, like a life-changing for me. Not just because those are fun games, but really the sense of like the overcoming sort of your internal struggle, the journey that you go through, and how sort of like character strengthening those experiences are. So in a way, what really happened for us also as a studio, we really bonded also over this shared passion, and we became real life friends as well. And everybody finds something their own on those kind of games, and now it's a genre that is here to stay, and we thought we have something to say in this realm as well. And we really think this is those kind of genre, just more than that, just a game they're good for you.
So which of the Souls games were the biggest inspiration for you?
I would say it's probably different for each and every of us. Like we have a broad selections of games we like in Souls-like genre, but like for me personally, I really love the really old one called Blade of Darkness. It's maybe like 20 years old even more. But it looks like the game you start with when you first try Souls like is your favorite normally for people, at least among us. So yeah,
it's like the Souls before Souls, right?
Sure.
Yeah, like before the term was even coined, right? Like the first original Souls like. And I think for some of us, I think Dmitry, did you set what other games you said like even before the Dark Souls?
Yeah, we were passionate for dark fantasy art style games, different melee combat games like Blades of Darkness for sure, and it was even Golden Axe and Quake 1. It's not a melee combat, but it's still a good, it's a pretty deep mood and a style, so I was really inspired of that games.
Yeah, and
for
like
sure,
I like I mentioned Quake because like it's clearly not a Souls-like, but some of the ideas in terms of the atmosphere and like the world-building elements, in terms of like the brutal atmosphere, what it brings to, it definitely was an inspiration. Another thing was probably worth mentioning when it kind of going back to sort of why we decided is also that there's some elements in the original Souls-like, like the first Dark Souls and Demon Souls that we really like, that they kind of like not really being sort of left forgotten today when it comes to like level design and some of the other elements that we thought it'd be really cool to take those ideas and evolve them into something new, something that we were passionate about and felt confident that we can evolve on that formula and bring something new to the table.
So tell us about the world of Mortal Shell. What is this place? What happened here? And what is the player trying to accomplish?
Well, what exactly happened and what the players tried to accomplish, we're gonna try not to spoil things just yet.
Sure.
But generally, we can say that the players gonna find themselves in this world that was tarnished and by this influence of the so-called, like, well, we call it internally, we're in a funny way referring to the juice, is this substance that has almost like magical kind of like abilities that is created and produced within the sacred glands of this godlike creature they revered, the sacred nectar. And this sacred nectar is pretty much the sort of the root of all conflict in the world, is the main currency that the player is going to use to to fully develop the combat abilities of their shell, but it's also what other players, other NPCs and enemies also seek in the game.
But in general, like speaking, if we baseline it, in the game, everybody is basically searching for a meaning, and not only you as a player, but also like other NPCs or other like creatures that populate the world. They're all in search for meaning, and some of them find it, some of them don't. But it's all about that, basically.
What can you tell us about this enemy that we're seeing in combat right here?
Well, in general, when it comes to enemies, we try to approach it in a way where every enemy has something about them, something special about them, and one kind of important kind of a pillar design hook idea, right? And also, obviously, has to be integrated in the level within. Like maybe about this particular fella, who's quite mean, and maybe Dmitry can tell us more about this guy.
Oh yeah, it was fun to make a design for this one. We have a few different versions before we hit the style, but the main idea that we had in mind is like we want to create something a wild, crazy beast, something like a huge, hungry bear on steroids. So.
Yeah, because like it's rare when you see a very well balanced combination of both power, like raw power, and fat and speed. And it's hard to get those things right, and like maybe Anthony can talk more about the animation side of things and combat there for this guy.
Yeah, because that was like part of the creation of the creatures too. Like we don't have any motion capture animation in game, so everything is keyframed, and we were trying to really focus and put like exaggerations and accents in the right moment to make the combat flow in the right way. And same not only for enemies but for player too. So it fits together by the end like Lego pieces, but like we've been tweaking timings a lot, like frame by frame, to make sure it works.
So how big and how open is this world?
The world is, taking the studio size, we knew from the start that like we have to focus on the quality rather than the quantity. So we can call it a fairly compact experience, but when I say compact, I still mean it's like deep enough to get lost in, and it's interesting enough to get lost in. And we have a lot of storytelling elements and pieces throughout the world, a lot of interesting places to explore where you can find some bits of story that, like, after that you can connect the dot together and figure out what exactly is happening in the area that you're in.
And the entire experience takes around 20 hours. I think that, we tried to keep every moment meaningful. Like, we're not going to send you around on quests trying to farm rats, right? Like we want, we don't really even tell you what to do. It's kind of up to you. And there's a lot to explore. Vitaly mentioned the roots of like earlier Souls titles, like Dark Souls 1, where we don't give you fast travel right away, right? So you've definitely got no mini map. So you're having to constantly memorize where you are in the environment, and as a result, you get to know it super well.
That's right.
And like
you know, when it comes
structure,
to, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I just want to say that the structure, like the way we build it, is like we have one big open area, and then the levels that connect to it, and you can choose where to go in any order. It doesn't matter, but we try to make it in a way that it always feels like an adventure, like a journey, where you have to commit before you go somewhere in some new area. It might be tricky for you, like you might find it difficult, so you might want to get back and like rebalance, like maybe choose another shell, pick another weapon and try with that. But we try to make it look like every time you decide to go somewhere, it's a commitment and it's a adventure and journey that you have to experience yourself.
You're probably going to suffer. You know, you're going to have the fortitude to overcome like that lost feeling that you have in the beginning. But I think once you do, you're going to feel really good about not just about the game, but about yourself too. And I think that we all have gone through kind of similar metamorphosis through playing similar titles that we felt like, you know, they were really meaningful to us personally.
Right. Now, getting back to the announcement trailer from a few weeks ago, did the voiceover guy in the announcement trailer actually say, what is it? Bring the glands back to me? The glands?
Yes.
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 What's that all about?
The sacred glands. Vitaly mentioned them earlier. You know, they're really critical to the plot of Mortal Shell, what you're doing in the world. You know, where there are forces fighting over these things. You know, I kind of get into spoilers here, so you're going to have to dig in and find out for yourselves.
All right. Who was the woman in the mask?
That's Sister Janessa. She introduces you to the substance tar, the sacred nectar. She offers you the juice to drink, and that juice is what helps you bond with your shell, kind of get to know them better, unlock their abilities. You know, like I mentioned earlier, all the shell's abilities are tied in with their stories. So I think that's something that we do that's pretty cool.
So what's the current release plan for Mortal Shell? Do you have a release window that you're targeting?
So we've announced Q3. There'll be more info coming on that soon.
Okay.
Yeah, we're excited to share that with you when it's time.
Well, you guys, Mortal Shell is looking awesome. I know our audience is super excited for it. Before we go, real quick, I believe you have a special announcement for the fans that you can make.
Yeah, we'll be starting the beta on July 3rd, and you'll be playing the Crypt of Martyrs. Come and join us in the Discord and see what it's all about.
Very cool.
Yep.
What platform will the beta be on?
It'll be on PC.
Excellent. Cool. Guys, thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Thank you for
having
having
us.
us.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Before we go, let's take one more look at that kick-ass new trailer for Mortal Shell.
I do not deserve absolution, yet still I seek it.
You must find his name.
Well, holy moly, Mortal Shell looks frickin' awesome. Might as well end on a high note. We are about done here, but up next is today's edition of News, Games, and More. Well, we will be revealing more exclusive trailers from Arcade 1UP.
The Summer of Gaming still has plenty of excitement in store, though. 3 more IGN Expos packed with reveals, more charity speedruns, our Celebrity Animal Crossing Island Tour stream on June 16th, Sony State of Play stream tomorrow. Just so much stuff.
So visit IGN.com to check out the full schedule, and for even more Summer of Gaming goodness, I love me some gaming goodness, download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and check out the hashtag IGN Summer of Gaming, where you can watch along with live events and submit your own Summer of Gaming moments, reactions, and plays. Plus, donate, TikTok, watch, get your Summer of Gaming on however you want to. We asked you to do so many things, and I hope you're not too tired, but just try and do some of them. We recommend drawing the blinds first and just having a great week.
There it is. And that is all for IGN Expo number 1, folks. Thank you for donating, and thank you for watching. We are going to end on one more surprise. Yet another world premiere trailer for a game you didn't even know you wanted yet. Enjoy!
IGN Summer of Gaming is brought to you by Fuser, who will be partying with us all summer long.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
Yeah, you can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Hey everyone, welcome to News, Games, and More, the show where we break down the biggest headlines of the day. Lots to digest today. A special exclusive trailer, the day's biggest reveals from IGN Expo. Plus, we've got an exclusive one-on-one interview with David Hayter, the voice of Solid Snake. Before we get started, a couple of things. First, all Summer of Gaming long, IGN is asking you to donate to the Bail Project and the World Health Organization by clicking on the links in the description in your video player or by heading to donations.ign.com. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families, and restoring the presumption of innocence in support of Black Lives Matter. The COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. Anyone who gives more than $50 will also have a shot at winning a Summer of Gaming custom Xbox One X. Very cool. Up at the top of the screen, you can see our donation ticker. We would love to see that get to $6,500, $6,500 by the end of the show. I hope you can pitch in. We've already generated $5,480 in donations for those two great charities. And shout out to user Babat for being our top donor, $400. Amazing. You can also download the TikTok app, follow IGN, and search IGN Summer of Gaming hashtag for even more bonus gameplay clips, news, exclusives, and originals. Or leave us a Yap of video comment in the comments section of this video on IGN.com, and your Yap may wind up on tomorrow's show. But most exciting of all, we're going to kick the show off today with a special trailer from Arcade 1UP. Let's take a look at their latest retro arcade cabinets and pinball machine.
Here comes a new challenger.
Shoot the buck. Don't shoot the does.
What's up, everybody? I'm David Hatfield here with my good friend Sam Claiborne from GameScoop. And we are joined by Scott Bacharach, founder of Tastemakers, parent company of Arcade 1UP. Scott, thank you so much for joining us today.
What's up, guys? Thanks, Damon. Thanks for having me.
So I believe Arcade 1UP, you guys make arcade machines for people to have in their homes. Lots of really cool stuff, and I think
There's a little one right back there. I can see it.
There it is. There's the NBA Jam back there. So I think you guys are announcing some new arcade cabinets very soon. Is that right? Or actually, right now?
We are very privileged and happy to announce several new arcade games. One of the first that we're going to be announcing is Miss Pac-Man. And,
a very good video game.
Yeah.
One of the absolute greatest video games ever created.
So this has a little teaser for it, and in that it said there was like a commenter saying, "I don't think they'd ever put this out." That's because there's this is not a difficult. This is a difficult game to put out, right?
I gotta tell you something. We're so lucky. We have a phenomenal partnership with Bandai, and this has kind of been on our radar and our wants for the last couple of years. It's been in discussions, and we're really proud to bring it out. It's one of my personal favorites, and I'll tell you something. It's a hard game to play, boy. It really is. We like to say it's easy to play, hard to master, right?
Sure. An amazing game.
It's harder to master when it's going really fast.
That's what I was going to ask.
Yeah.
If you're able to control the speed of the game.
So we will have some settings that will be able to alter it, and we'll have actually some exciting things that we're not going to talk about right now, but that will be in kind of the hidden gems of the game as it comes out. It's going to be a beautiful thing. We've got several different styles that'll be out there. We started showing them a little bit. It'll have a light up marquee, and it'll have our standard riser. What's exciting for us is this is the very first time that this is being offered as a home arcade machine outside of when it was first originally released, several years ago, almost 40 years ago.
Yeah, I have an original stand-up and a cocktail, and the stand-up is really big, and it's really pink and really blue, and it's the best-looking arcade machine for our room. I think it's really cool looking on its own, and I think just having it in the corner of your room is so eye-catching. I think it looks like, from what I just saw, you guys just nailed that cabinet look.
Oh, thank you so much. And you know what? I totally agree with you. Like these pieces, I mean, they're awesome to play. They bring you back to that moment in time and all that stuff. But they're like they are pieces of art. It's like you're mentioning this one that's behind me here. I mean, I have more people coming in here and be like, I don't know what that is, but it's just cool. Like, what is that? Is that a real arcade machine? And so nice pieces of art that are actually functional furniture that work.
It looks like there's a few other games in the same package too.
Mm-hmm.
There are on Miss Pac-Man. There are 4 different games, and that'll be included with that is Miss Pac-Man, Dig Dug, Rally X. Losing the fourth one right now.
But other classic arcade games you can play with a joystick, basically, because that's what Miss Pac-Man has. Joystick.
Yeah, correct. And what's very unique about Arcade 1UP, amongst other things, is that our machines are very true to the original. So we don't use a generic control panel. We use a very specific control panel that works for those games that were identified to go into that machine. And it's not a one-size-fits-all sort of thing. Mm-hmm. It gives you a true arcade experience at your house.
Are you announcing a release date for Miss Pac-Man today?
Yeah, so Miss Pac-Man, obviously making an official announcement right now. It will be out for fall of this year in stores by October, November timeframe. And we're going to start, us and retailers will start some pre-orders, and those announcements will be made over the coming months. Best thing to do on that is if you guys are anybody interested, go check out www.arcade1up.com. And at that site, you can find all the information in terms of when we're releasing. There's a lot of notify me buttons, some really exciting stuff.
Miss Pac-Man was the #1 selling arcade game of all time in its day. And it's really cool that we'll have to track those numbers, Damon. We'll keep on seeing it stays on top.
I know, yeah. I'm going to add
some numbers to that. Were either one of you guys good playing at Miss Pac-Man?
Yeah, I like Miss Pac-Man.
Sam's probably really good.
Yeah, we had a work competition. I brought in a machine a while ago, and everybody played it for a couple weeks. And our friend Jared Petty won that competition. He had it about 240,000, which is pretty good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I can't. If I break 200, it's a really good day. But I have a little book called "How to Beat Miss Pac-Man" from 1982, which really helps.
You really got one of the cheap books? I love that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, the patterns don't work in Mispack though. You know.
Okay.
No,
Okay.
no. Hey, Sam, I think it might be the player. My patterns are working, Miss Pac-Man.
Good. It's good to hear.
We do need to move on so we can cover the other games that you're announcing. You have a new fighting game. You guys have X-Men versus Street Fighter.
Yeah, I mean, this is just, come on, this is amazing, right? You're taking two of the greatest of all time behemoths in the industry between Marvel and Capcom, putting them together to release X-Men versus Street Fighter, and this is just an awesome machine. And actually, in this one as well, you can see it right there. We have some different representations of what it'll look like, you know, kind of matching graphics that go below it, that whole comic book series appeal, and light up marquee that will come with it. And actually, there'll be some really exciting stuff that we can't talk about right now, but that will be in that machine that are going to blow a lot of people away. Another hidden gem.
Nice. Well, speaking of gems, I saw some other games in there. War of the Gems is in there. That's a brawler. That's really cool. But yeah, this game is famous for these giant, just gorgeous sprites. It's just the prettiest pixel art, I think, of all time. And I think I've seen these cabinets, and they do a good job of showing you, you know, what this game should look like.
Thank you. You know, it's funny. I was actually on the phone the other night with our office in Hong Kong. We've got, you know, certainly several machines throughout the office, and we're doing a Zoom call like this. And in the far back, I keep seeing this one machine like lighting up. And I knew it was something having to do with Marvel, but I couldn't see what it was. And they flipped it around because it was kind of on its side, showing what it was. And literally, I mean, you could just see the graphics kind of popping through the Zoom. It was pretty wild looking. It's an amazing part. It's a beautiful piece of art, really.
This game doesn't have a cabinet, right? It's just a board set and a conversion kit. So how did you guys decide like what its cabinet should look like? Whereas like Miss Pac-Man, we just talked about it. So it's a work of art that was made, and we all can recognize it.
Yeah, you know, truthfully, to be speaking, we have some really great gamers on our team, right? And some people who are true hardcore, I call them hardcore fans, right? Who are really in and out. And I can't speak to the Capcom side of it because to be truthful about it, it wasn't really my jam on my game. I'm 51 years old. I'm like Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man, Galaga. And, but I can tell you that they spent a great deal of time talking amongst themselves why the artwork had to represent the way it did. And I know it was a lot of conversion between themselves and the licensor. And again, it was getting Marvel on track, kind of Capcom / Street Fighter team working with them. And it was really a collaborative effort.
Okay, and so the third game that you're showing off for us today is going to be Big Buck Hunter, the light gun game.
Boom, right? First shooting game that we're introducing right now. Big Buck Hunter Pro Series, just awesome, right? If you were in a bar anytime in your life, this was your game. Right?
Yeah, it's there.
And this opens up kind of the genre of shooting for us. And again, kind of, you know, to speak to what we were talking about before, you know, this is not one of those things where, you know, you just plug in a gun to an existing cabinet that's got some controllers. It's completely designated. It's got guns in there the right way. Everything ties in perfectly to the way you remember playing the game, including the deer kind of going over. And it's a beautiful piece of equipment also. They all are. You know, they're like looking at classic cars or motorcycles or anything else. I mean, they're really cool.
Exactly. I know you were saying Miss Pac-Man's going to be ready for this fall. What about X-Men vs. Street Fighter and Big Buck Hunter? Same time period?
Yeah, actually, all of these, again, through our partnerships with some terrific partners. You know, Big Buck is Playing Mechanics, and obviously we talked about Capcom and Disney and Namco. All of our partners have worked really hard with us and collaboratively with us to make sure that we could have product out for third, fourth quarter this year. We've been asked by a lot of consumers, retailers, to make sure that we can be there on time, and so I can't say enough how excited we are that our partners were able to participate and make that happen, because without them we wouldn't have been able to.
Well, these are all really exciting cabinets.
Yeah, I don't know if you can answer this. I don't know if you can answer this, but if you can, I'd be really interested. How the heck did you get a light gun working without a big CRT monitor?
You know, if I could tell you, they'd probably kill me because I'm not allowed to. But I don't even have the technical experience to tell you how.
Yeah, that's so cool looking, though. I mean,
I got to tell you something. You know, like we all know our skill sets and we all kind of know what our roles are in the business. And I've realized a long time ago that my skill set is certainly not in the mechanical side, the engineering side, the technical side. So they kind of leave me out of it. In fact, I was the example. They said if Scott Bacharach could figure out how to build this and put it together, anybody across the United States could do it. And so that's about it.
And Scott, I believe you're also announcing a new pinball machine today. Is that right?
We certainly are. In fact, I'm going to tell you that we are closing the gap between real pinball machines that I see behind Sam and our three-quarter scale digital pinball machine. This is the Marvel series. We partnered with Zen Studios, one of the greatest in libraries of digital pinball games, and this too will be coming out for third quarter this year. It's an amazing piece. So this one has haptic feedback, and it also has what we call nudge detection. So you're literally, as you're playing there, you literally feel like you're playing a real mechanical pinball machine. It's pretty amazing. You close your eyes, and like I said, you're gonna feel like you're playing like the machine that Sam has behind him.
Mm-hmm.
So by that you mean that you're feeling like when you hit the flipper buttons, just to make it clear to the audience, that you're actually feeling like the shaking of the machine, that by each flip or by each time the ball hits a pop bumper or something like that, you feel that in the cabinet.
Correct. So what they are is they're solenoids, and so the solenoids actually give you a feedback into your fingers like this. So yes, as the ball in theory would normally hit, you would get all that same kind of feel in that gameplay. There's actually even a tilt feature that comes into this machine. It's dope.
So our audience might have played these games before on their PlayStations and Xboxes. Marvel Pinball was released several years ago by Zen Studios, and they're a really good collection of Marvel tables. So do you know offhand like how many different tables are in this machine?
This will have 10 different games in it.
Wow.
And to your point, yeah, it's pretty robust. And what's really cool is, like you said, like a lot of people have played these games and they've loved them, but they've played them on a console. Right. And so this is the first time at your house that you're actually able to play them in a true quote unquote pinball arcade experience, and all for their rough and tough $600 retail.
So it looks like there's two screens, right? Because there's the main playfield screen, and then there's the little dot matrix display behind it. That's a whole separate screen, right?
Correct. It is. Yes.
That's really cool.
Yeah. This is we like to say this is the Ferrari that's put into a Camaro price.
That's very cool. Scott, all of these things are right up Sam and I's alley. We're big arcade games, big classic gaming fans. So we're definitely getting excited about all these announcements. Thank you so much for joining us today and showing off your new stuff.
Yeah, man, you're a rock star. Thanks so much for having us. Appreciate it.
All right, we have to take a quick break, but NG Plus will be back in a minute with a bunch more gaming news, not to mention our interview with David Hayter at the end of the day. Stay tuned. We're happy to present IGN Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
Damon here again. I'm here with Janet Garcia, Seth Macy, and Brian Altano. What's up, everybody?
Hey, what's up? Hello. Good to see you guys.
Man, now we finally get to talk about some video game news. Although those arcade one-up cabinets do look very cool.
Yeah,
I'm
so excited for Ms. Pac-Man.
Yeah.
Like, I literally went to the tab to notify me. I put on all my information instantly. I've been dreaming about them doing this forever, like since they started making cabinets, and I didn't think it would ever happen, and now that it's here, I'm just very, very excited.
Yeah, and I know Altano's really excited for Big Buck Hunter. He's a big hunting enthusiast.
Oh man, I love to hunt, to shoot the polygon deer. No, I think it's awesome they're making that, because it makes me think of all like the sort of non-conventional arcades that we played back in the day, and how they'll probably eventually get to those too. I want a small skee ball in my home.
Hell yeah.
Like a 3/4 skee ball. That'd be pretty cool. But you also have to you have to have tickets and then stock up on this worthless little crap that people can win.
I'm already on various websites right now ordering hundreds of small finger puppets.
And those little frogs that that jump.
Okay, as a reminder, we are raising money, taking donations for a couple charities. Our current total is $5,705. Our goal by the end of the day is now $7,000. That's what we're going to try to hit. We'll raise this as we go. Recently, we've got some donations from James Pan, $100. That's super, super cool, Ooh. James Pan. Calico Plus donated $20, and Anonymous donated $20. So let's keep those donations coming. That's all very, very cool to see.
That's awesome.
Okay, we finally arrive at our first news topic of the day. A new Sony patent hints at what the PS5 UI could look like. And of course, we all know there is going to be a big PS5 event tomorrow. Don't know if we'll actually be seeing what the PlayStation 5's UI looks like, or what the PlayStation 5 itself looks like. But we at least have a new patent that we can sort of discuss and theorize about. And this follows a lot of patents that Sony has been issuing recently on new tech it's at least thinking about incorporating in the future. So this patent for this UI alludes to the dynamic use of in-game stats, tips, and videos from previous gameplay sessions. And you're seeing it here up on your screen. The patent was published yesterday, although it was filed several years ago. So it suggests that the core console menus will be more thoroughly subdivided, so games will have their own tab, and that individual game tiles will offer an array of extra information, including your status in the game, hints and tips, and then videos of your recent play sessions will all be accessible right there from the menu. So, of course, a little caveat, with all patents, Sony may have decided not to use this design or only use certain parts of it. However, there are other interesting elements listed within the documents that support previous speculation. Sony has also patented a system that uses behavior metrics to dynamically show players hints depending on their performance in game. Now, one of the images shown in the full patent listing, it's figure 4B if anyone is looking this up at home, offers a situation where the game will tell you how to, quote, go around hill and jump over truck if you were struggling with this part of the game. And actually, I'm playing Maneater right now, and that's literally you could have to do that in order to like reach a license plate that you have to go around hill and jump over truck.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for the speedrun community for Uncharted 2, because about 40% of that game is trying to get away from truck. And so if you can just jump over truck, you'll be able to beat the game quickly. So I think players around the world will be very excited for this.
Yeah.
We all knew a way. We didn't think of over. So, but in all seriousness, I think that this does seem to be leaning into that multiplayer session thing that I think a lot of us do, or playing multiple games at once, or maybe we sunk a couple or a few dozen hours into a game, you try to come back and you feel like you have to restart it to understand it. I'm curious as to how they like, once again, this is a patent. We don't know if it'll actually be used, but it seems like it'd be rather challenging to try to integrate this in a very effective way across all games. I do think that, you know, even just having the video could be enough, because watching yourself play or watching someone play is a really easy way to learn how to play a game and also how to strategize in a game. But I'm mostly curious to see that if this did exist, how it could cut across the board in a way that was still effective. Because we see a lot of games try their own hint systems that you can toggle on and off. Certainly, Naughty Dog games have done that a lot with their recent action-adventure games. But thinking of something that can cut across the board effectively, it's a little bit harder to imagine. It's a cool idea, though.
Yeah, it's interesting to think that if you're going to build game help into your console environment, it's almost like you're going to have like Nintendo game counselors, working like, right, like working like, or Sony's going to have to like staff up a whole team that's sort of going to be like implementing this game help. So it is kind of like the Nintendo game counselors that we used to call back in the day. You just want to have to actually talk to a person.
Totally.
I think a small person inside your PS5.
Yeah. I mean, the advantage now is that you have thousands of people playing a video game at once. And so you could potentially crowdsource that. Janet works on our guides and wikis team, obviously. And a big part of that is, you know, doing as much legwork as she can as the game leads up to launch. But once the game's out, it's sort of up to the community to help populate those wikis and guides as well. So I imagine a similar system, although I do prefer thinking that there's like hundreds of tiny game counselors living in your PS5, like Pikmin.
What do you think the use could be for having recent gameplay videos accessible?
I think like shaming and embarrassing myself for something that I did drunk. Like there's definitely been times where I've had too much drink and then murdered everyone in town in Skyrim, or like just gone on like a killing spree in like GTA. And like if I put the game down for a couple weeks and I come back and they're like, previously on Brian playing GTA, and I pull it up, I'm like, oh no.
Well, previously on is actually, it could be useful, because like how many times have you come back to a game after a while and you're like, oh my God, what was I doing? How does this game control? The Witcher 3 was like that for me. I came back to it like after a year and I was like, how do I run? How do I swing my sword? Who is Geralt?
That's how I went back to Horizon. I played Horizon and beat it, and then Zelda came out, Breath of the Wild, and then I went back to Horizon, and I was like, I don't remember how to do anything in this game anymore. So I think like a quick crash course would have been nice. But I think like the tutorials in general should be a little bit more like, I always skip them because I'm like, I don't need them. And then like a month later, I'm like, wait, how do you trade weapons?
Yeah. You find out like the most basic move you haven't been doing for 3/4 of the game. Oh, you can throw this weapon.
All right, well, we do have to take a quick break, but we'll be right back after this to talk about Neil Druckmann of Naughty Dog, what's coming up next for the developer of Last of Us Part 2. We'll be right back.
Tired of watching IGN on those tiny cell phones and tablets? Well, IGN is moving to your living rooms. Starting in June, tune into IGN One on your Samsung TV Plus to see all that IGN has to offer, beginning with our exclusive Summer of Gaming event. You'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and next-gen console coverage that you won't find on any other network, only on IGN One.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent, going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on Mixer.com/IGN, YouTube.com/IGN, and Twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
We're happy to present IGN Summer of Gaming, featuring the latest and greatest in game reveals, news, trailers, next-gen coverage, and more. Our month-long event features our first ever series of IGN Expos, where you'll get first looks at world premiere game trailers, exclusive game demos, and interviews you won't find anywhere else. IGN Summer of Gaming, only on IGN and IGN One on Samsung TV Plus. Welcome back. Don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and Bail Project charities. The World Health Organization's COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. The Bail Project is a nonprofit reuniting families by paying bail for people in need. By donating, you'll have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. If you give over $50, you'll be entered for a chance to win a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X, which is super cool. Be sure to click the donation links in the description of your video player or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to give. We're currently at $5,813 raised. We're trying to get to $7,000 for the end of the day. So keep those donations coming. Recent donors include Komori, who donated $50 and commented Black Lives Matter. We agree. And Borbsauce donated $55.08. And very specific. Borbsauce, which is a very familiar sounding name, commented, can't wait to hear about Baldur's Gate 3. That game does look very cool. All right, let's get back to it. I am, of course, here with Janet, Brian, and Seth. You guys are still here, right?
Oh, yeah.
I see you right now.
Yes.
Okay. We were just talking about new patent that Sony filed, might hint at what the UI might look like for PlayStation 5, sort of keeping in the PS5 news ecosystem. Of course, Neil Druckmann of Naughty Dog is just about to ship The Last of Us Part 2. We're just about a week and some change away from that. And then he's been talking about what's going to be next for Naughty Dog. In terms of what they're going to be working on next, he has some plans and ideas swirling around. I think this is from an interview with GQ. He said, as you start wrapping things up creatively, there are fewer and fewer responsibilities, and my mind can't help but think about the next thing. So yeah, the next thing could be a Part 3, Last of Us Part 3. The next thing could be some new IP. Ultimately, the best idea wins. Does that answer surprise you guys in the fact that they don't seem to have a clear idea of what they're doing next?
I like that answer because he says they're either going to make this very specific thing, which is
Or
a sequel,
something-
or literally anything else. An infinite universe of possibilities. So that's a really cool, that's a great answer, I think.
Well, the reason I like that answer is because it is actually pretty specific. Because if you look at Naughty Dog's, kind of small but historic collection of IPs, they're not mentioned in there, and they're all old IPs. So Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy left, I think, a lot of people satisfied in terms of the narrative on the characters involved in those stories. But they did also sort of open some doors of where that franchise could go next. I don't want to spoil anything because those games are only a few years old, but it does rule out him specifically saying we're immediately pivoting to Uncharted 5 or another Uncharted spinoff. It also means that we're probably not really seeing them tackling any of their sort of beloved ancient IPs that they used back in the very olden days of the studio. In terms of The Last of Us Part 3, I haven't played Part 2 yet, but that I'm kind of excited to hear that the world doesn't explode at the end. There's room for more stories.
There's at least someone left to make a sequel about.
Yeah, and they're making an HBO show, so that's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of them creating something new. I love Naughty Dog as a studio, even though you guys know I'm not the biggest Uncharted fan, and by that I mean I'm not an Uncharted fan. But I like what the studio does generally, and I like the idea of them also being okay with maybe not doing a Part 3 immediately. It kind of makes me curious as to how that will play out narratively. A lot of people felt like the first game was the end all be all and that there wouldn't be more, but then there was more. So I think that piques my curiosity in terms of story, but I like that it's positioned as we're going to do what makes the most sense, whatever is the most powerful an interesting product that we can come up with is what we're going to roll with. So I like that it kind of positions it as the next thing we're going to do is going to be awesome. Maybe it'll be a part 3, but maybe it'll be something new entirely. And I'm always a fan of new IPs, especially going into the PS5. The idea of Naughty Dog having a brand new hit staple series is very exciting to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, the last time they introduced new IP, it was The Last of Us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Back in 2013. So yeah, it would be. I guess it's a little bit more exciting to me. Just think about what they could do with something with totally new universe, totally new characters.
Yeah, I will say too, to back that up. I enjoy on the Uncharted games, but I will say that like by the time we had 4 of them and a spin-off and a Vita game, I was and that card game, I was kind of like, all right, I think I've gotten enough out of these characters and stuff like that.
We've charted.
Yeah,
we've charted. No longer Uncharted. We've charted.
Yeah, and like The Last of Us is rife for stories that sort of move in a grander spectrum in terms of characters. It's not inherently connected to Nathan Drake, although they obviously did a Last of Us spinoff with. And so before they exhaust everything they can get out of that world, I think I'm with you guys that I'd rather see them do a new IP. But on the flip side, I'm one of the people that never thought we needed The Last of Us 2, and now I can't wait to play it. So
yeah,
we'll see.
Seth, we were having a discussion actually before this taping. I want to know Seth's feelings on The Last of Us Part 2 and if he plans on playing.
Yeah, sure. I'll get around to it eventually. Everyone seems to really like that game. I don't want to be left out. Fear of missing out.
Muted enthusiasm.
Yeah, right?
Everyone gets really mad when I say that I didn't.
Anything else anyway.
When I say it, the first one never grabbed me. People get like mad. Like Destin, I think it never wants to speak to me again. I think it physically hurt him to think that somebody wasn't instantly dragged. I just wasn't. And I'm sorry.
I think
so many things were grabbing at you in the game. I think that's what makes it so shocking. Like there's
that's
clickers, there's runners, there's like human enemies. Also, someone in chat said, "Who remembers Jack and Daxter back on the PS2?" I do. Favorite series ever. Awesome game.
Is that really your favorite series ever?
Maybe it's not my favorite series, I guess, but it's my favorite game. Jak 2 is my favorite game. Favorite series, probably Mario, because it's kind of a boring answer, but probably still Mario. But yeah, it looks like they're not doing Jak 4 though. Another year without Jak 4, that's fine.
Well, yeah, I guess it's like, should we take should we take Neil Druckmann's answer literally? It's either going to be The Last of Us Part 3, or it's going to be a new IP. It will not be anything else known, like another Uncharted.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of room, plenty of wiggle room in there.
When was the last? When was the last Jak and Daxter game?
Oh, geez, a really long time ago. But they officially were like, this is the whole trilogy. It ended on. I mean, it was all on the PS2. So during that era, I'd have to look it up to get the hard timeline. And then they had Jak X, which we don't talk about, but that's okay.
All right. While Janet looks that up, we have to take a quick break. But stay tuned for some tantalizing words from a Dead Space creator. Stay tuned.
Ooh.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
Hey there! Do you have opinions on games, movies, TV, or other weird stuff on the internet? You can take part in our new show, Power Ranking, where you can vote on all your favorite things on the internet. Do it now! Do it! Just go! Vote! Go vote!
News, games, and more is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. See you there.
And we're back. You're watching News, Games, and More here on IGN Summer of Gaming. Remember, we're raising money for two charities, the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. We're trying to get to $7,000 by the end of the day, currently approaching $6,000, so I think we can definitely get there. Recent donations come from Omega Cops, who donated $5. And Amani Msel, who donated $60 and commented, ooh, we can do this. Or like Morgan says, ooh, we can do this. Thank you very much for your donations there. Super, super generous and thoughtful of you. Let's talk about Dead Space. Well, actually, maybe not so much Dead Space, but another game from one of the creators of Dead Space. Anthony Johnson, he wrote the script for Dead Space and has credits on Shadow of Mordor and Binary Domain, if anyone remembers that game. He tweeted that he's been working on a video game for almost 2 years now, and then he also suggested people that are interested in his work should watch the PS5 launch event tomorrow. He added in some replies to that tweet that his game is about, in his game, you play a character having a really bad time, which I guess is how you could describe Dead Space as well.
That's how you could describe pretty much every video game.
That's true. That's Pac-Man.
Yeah. Donkey Kong, he's like, get this dude out of
he's
here.
having a really good time.
Yeah, that's true.
So first of all, you guys Dead Space fans? I'm a big Dead Space fan.
Oh yeah, I actually it's $2 for PC right now on Amazon, so I just downloaded it. So
wow,
yeah. No, I love this game. It's like Dead Space is one of my favorite, maybe one of my all-time favorite games. I haven't played it in a long time, so I'm going to revisit it.
It's definitely one of my favorite games of last generation. Janet seems to usually feel very strongly about a game, either positively or negatively. How do you feel about Dead Space?
Oh, this is secret option number 3, which is I haven't played it, so I have no opinion on it.
Well, you know, it's $2 right now.
A twist. Or Venmo me the $2 and I'll buy it right now.
I will gift it to you.
No, I'm just messing around. I mean, honestly, I think I'm going to wait to see what comes out of this, because depending on what the answer is, it might make sense to go back. It might make sense to wait. So I'll probably reserve my $2 purchase until after the PS5 event.
It'll be like $8 by then, though.
This is
you know what? I'm willing to roll the dice. I'm going to roll the dice on it.
This has obviously been like a pretty rough year. I just want to say this is like, this week specifically has been the most sort of like giddy E3 feeling I've had all year, in terms of like with IGN Summer of Gaming, obviously, like, which we've been working very hard on. But with the PlayStation thing tomorrow, it feels like the night before E3 really kicks off. And I know it's just like, it's one part of it, and it's all the information is so spread out this year, which is like, pretty cool, interestingly, because we get like kind of like smaller drops of stuff all year or all summer round. But I'm like legitimately giddy about what we're going to see from PlayStation tomorrow, and seeing tweets like this, and even the chance of it being a new Dead Space or something like Dead Space. I'm just so excited for this.
If this were E3 and Sony were back at E3, then I guess tomorrow would be Monday. We would currently be on Sunday night, probably getting ready for Bethesda's conference. I guess.
Yeah, I was thinking about that yesterday, that a year ago yesterday at 10 a.m., I would have been like clutching my badge and walking into the E3 Convention Center for the first time of the year. And instead, I think I was like standing over my kitchen sink, eating pretzels and Nutella in pajama pants. And I'm like, but I still hosted a bunch of videos, so you probably saw chocolate on my face.
Well, there you go.
Okay, so a new game from the writer of Dead Space, most likely being revealed tomorrow, about a character having a really bad time. But he also tweeted that it's weird how everyone automatically assumes it'll be a horror game. So, I mean, you know, Dead Space is a horror game, but if he also worked on Shadow of Mordor, which, you know, is much less of a horror game. So, yeah, maybe not a horror game.
Maybe it's a dating sim, but you're just having an awkward date.
Hell yeah.
I mean, woof. Has anyone made
its own form of horror?
Has anyone made a game where you're on a really bad date? That'd be a good idea for a game.
I mean, I think a dating sim can be that if you don't play it right.
That's
probably. I mean, not to bring up Uncharted again, but a lot of the Uncharted games, like his wife's like, "Please stop climbing on that stuff," and he's like, "I got to do it." Like,
does she have? I was gonna say she does because she goes on his adventures with him.
Yeah.
he's just killed so many people.
Yep.
And like she sleeps in the same bed with this guy every night. It's like, man,
trampling all over like ancient ruins and stuff like that.
Yeah. It's weird. It's almost. I thought it was weird that this guy tweeted this ahead of the PS5 reveal event, and then maybe he wasn't supposed to because he has since deleted the tweet.
Oh, whoops! He's getting a talking to.
So the plot has thickened.
Mm-hmm. That's my favorite kind.
Thick plots.
I hate that so much. What if it's just a troll thing and he's like, I'm going to tweet out about the game during the PS5 event and they're not at all related? I don't know. That could also be a possibility, but I feel like people have the foresight not to do that. So I don't know. It's a little odd that it did get taken down, but there's a number of explanations for that. I guess we'll find out after the event and things will be more clear.
Yeah, we'll find out tomorrow. All right, we're going to take another quick break. We hope you'll stick around. We'll be talking about Bloodstained Ritual of the Night next. See you in a few.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Welcome back to News, Games, and More. Let's get right back into the news. Bloodstained Ritual of the Night is one of my favorite games from last year. We're going to talk about that in just a sec. But just as a quick reminder, we are raising money for 2 charity organizations today, the World Health Organization and the Bail Project. We're trying to get to a goal of $7,000 by the end of the day, so keep the donations coming. We recently got a donation from a user with the name, Can We Get a Brat Brat from Altano?
Yes, absolutely.
And they commented, pretty please.
I will be giving braps to all the people who donate for the next 20 minutes. Let's do a quick one for you. I just want to add too, This is very important. If you donate $50, you will be eligible to win a custom Xbox One. And I know you're probably sitting there going like, I already have one of those. This is one of those ones that in like 10 or 15 years, collectors are going to be like, do you have one of those? Because I need it. And they'll give you thousands of dollars for it because they're crazy. Trust me. Yeah. I'm friends with a bunch of them. They're nuts. They'll hunt you down and you'll make so much more money. This is such an investment for you. So drop $50. I'll throw in some braps for you. Piss off my neighbors. Fuck the police and all that. So here you go.
Wow. Getting real over here. Okay. Has anyone else on this show played Bloodstained Ritual of the Night?
I played it for a few minutes and I haven't gotten around to getting back to it, but I loved it. I loved what I played. It's just one of those things. It just got away from me.
It is. I love this game. Janet, have you played it at all?
No, I haven't. I do like Castlevania though, so I don't know why I haven't really picked it up.
Then I think you're gonna like.
Yeah, I haven't gotten around to it.
I think you're going to like Bloodstained. They announced today they've sold 1 million copies, which is very cool for them. I wondered how that compared to Castlevania, the series. This is 100% based on from the original creator of Symphony of the Night. And Seth did some digging, did some reporting.
Sleuthing. Yep.
Yeah. So the whole Castlevania series has sold 20 million copies. Is that right?
20 million Castlevania over its lifetime, yeah. But that's a lot of games.
It is a lot of games, yeah. I don't know. I wonder how many Castlevanias have been released in total.
That's a question I don't have the answer to.
How many Castlevanias have been released in total? That's interesting. That's actually a really good question because they just put out a collection of like a bunch of them just last year, and there was a couple on there, like if you're counting like Kid Dracula and stuff like that I didn't even. That's true. I never even played back in the day.
Yeah, and there's just 3 on the DS alone. So
and 3 on NES. Going all the way back.
Also true.
There were 2 on Nintendo 64, but it's basically the same game with like an extra character.
We don't talk about those.
Anyway, to celebrate their milestone of 1 million copies sold, Bloodstained laid out their roadmap for the rest of 2020, all the free content that's still coming to the game, and this content is all free. So coming in Q2, I think this is actually all coming out at the end of June and July. There's going to be a boss revenge mode where you can play as one of 4 of the in-game bosses.
Oh, that's
and you
really cool.
Actually play against the heroes, which does sound really cool, but it's like what are the bosses like controls going to be?
I wonder if you're limited to the same skill set they already had, where it has to follow like whatever the patterns or limitations. Like, can you finally be like, I'm going to protect the large glowing spot on my back this time? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Do you have to fight yourself when you get to yourself?
That would be cool if you could find a ghost to yourself. That would be that would be cool.
It's just your big brother holding your fist and telling you not to punch yourself.
I'm trying to think of like other games. If other games let you do that, like in Mario, if you could be Bowser and fight against Mario, would the controls be the same? I guess so.
Anyway,
you grab Mario's tail this time.
You totally stopped my brain there. I was like, wait a minute, how does that work?
Like, what? How are you going to control that 2-headed dragon? Anyway, another new addition is the chroma wheel, which is a fancy way of saying they're actually adding like a real color selector, so you can change the color of your hair, clothing, and skin color to any color that exists, apparently. Cool. So this is all coming to the PC, PS4, and Xbox One versions on Tuesday, June 23rd, and then to Nintendo Switch in July. Going into Q3 of 2020, they're adding a versus mode, which is a tense survival mode where players compete indirectly attacking each other. I don't know what that means. But you'll attack each other indirectly. So it's a passive aggressive.
It's a rap battle.
Argument mode, I guess.
They text each other insults.
There's chaos mode, which is going to be a boss rush for 1 or 2 players, and then this is the interesting one, classic mode. It's Bloodstained 80s style, as Miriam, the main character, faces off against a series of sub-bosses laid out across 5 harrowing stages and 3 difficulty levels. So what's weird is that there was already an 8-bit prequel spin-off called Bloodstained Curse of the Moon that came out like a year before Ritual of the Night. So I don't know what this other classic mode is. They don't talk about its art style, if they're going back to pixel art or anything.
Well, I hope so. That was a fun little game there.
I loved the Curse of the Moon spinoff.
Yeah.
And then finally, in Q4 this year, there's going to be a new playable character, a third playable character added to the game. So it's cool that that they're continually updating this game with free content.
Yeah, that's
Now
really it. This game very rarely goes on sale. It's on sale right now, but I always wondered why it never went on sale, and now I know they don't have to put it on sale. This thing moves copies. It's moved a million copies of this game.
Seth is a walking encyclopedia of deals.
I mean,
this guy just loves deals.
I just love deals.
Seth, there's a massive eShop sale right now for. So what's the cream of the crop? Which sounds like an indie game title, but what's the?
I was gonna say cream of the crop, 99 cents.
What's the thick? What's the thick plot?
What's the thickest plot out there?
You guys have put me in such an awkward position because it's actually Chris Reed, our other shopping editor, who did the eShop sale. I can tell you anything about Days of Play or Xbox deals unlocked, though.
No, thank you. You screwed up. I've had enough of you.
This was your time. This was
I said good day,
Gil's
sir.
time to shine.
What's the best deal on an arcade one-up cabinet?
On an arcade one-up cabinet, the best deal was at my local Walmart. You could get the Mortal Kombat for $199. It was the manager's
Are you fulfilling these orders at your local Walmart?
Yeah, come on, stop on by, man. Just call me up.
Okay.
Throw them on the
Side
truck
hustle?
for you. Yeah.
Just nights and
I
weekends.
buy them for
you know.
$199, then I sell them for $205.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's a great little side hustle to have.
I
until
know.
you
It's
get caught.
it is pure profit.
Until you realize
Right.
how heavy they are.
All right, well, this whole episode of News, Games, and More has been one thick plot of video game news, but video games have had their day. It's time to talk about some movie news. There's a Goonies sequel to talk about right after this break. Stick around.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.
Not only is IGN the world's biggest media brand for games and entertainment, but we also have a team of some of the world's biggest fans of your favorite franchises. From breaking news and exclusives, never-before-seen looks at movies and games, to reviews, let's plays, and live streams, IGN brings you all the coverage you need, no matter where you are. Whether you're on IGN.com, the IGN app, YouTube, Facebook, or Snapchat, we've always got you covered. IGN, the #1 source for all games and entertainment fans worldwide.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Two, one. Damon is hot.
And we're back, and don't forget, all summer of gaming long, IGN is asking you to give to the World Health Organization and Bail Project charities. The World Health Organization and COVID-19 Response Fund is dedicated to studying, tracking, and combating the coronavirus pandemic. The Bail Project is a nonprofit that pays bail for people in need, reuniting families, and restoring the presumption of innocence. By donating, you will have a chance to win codes for games like Resident Evil 3 and swag from companies like Bethesda. If you give more than $50, you'll have a shot at winning a custom Summer of Gaming Xbox One X real collector's item. Be sure to click the donation links in the description of your video player, or go to donate.ign.com for more information on how and where to donate. We are so close to $6,000 today. Less than $100
less than $100 away. I know we can get there. A recent donation came in from Swaim Corp for $50. I guess, Brian, you know what that means. I guess you know what you owe Swaim Corp.
He's my boss, so I can send it to him in private, but I'll give it to you all right now.
Nicely job. Okay, time for one more news story today. The Goonies 2.
Hell yeah.
Would you believe that someone has written a screenplay for Goonies 2 that was supposed to be pitched sometime recently? That person is the creator of the show, The Goldbergs, Adam F. Goldberg. And he tweeted out a photo of his apparently Goonies 2 screenplay that he's been working on for 9 years. He said, I rival Josh Gad as ultimate fan of the Goonies. For the last 9 years, I've been secretly writing part 2 for fun. It's my masterpiece. I even had a big meeting scheduled with Richard Donner, director of the Goonies, canceled because of the lockdown. The Goonies 2 will happen when life resumes. I promise.
I mean, there already is a Goonies 2, and it's on the NES.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, what's with that?
Japan?
I can explain if you.
No, please do.
No, so like I'm not joking. Someone explain what's with that because I
The
don't.
Goonies
I don't
2
get
on
it.
NES is a sequel to a game that was only released on the Famicom called The Goonies. So The Goonies 2 is a sequel to the video game The Goonies.
Right. And it's about the kids basically trying to help a mermaid escape.
Yep. Yeah. The mermaid has been kidnapped. Yeah.
It's very odd.
Is it good?
By the the Fratellis?
Yeah, I probably underwater Fratellis, whatever they are. As an Italian, it's we're good at that. We can stay underwater for sometimes hours.
Oh wow.
I'm interested in this idea. I just hope it's not another one of. I feel like we have like 6 or 7 concurrent films between like Bill and Ted, Jay and Silent Bob reboot, the new Ghostbusters, where it's this like very like overt metaphorical passing, quite literal passing of the torch between generations, where they bring the old folks out and they have the kids and they're like, I could be a Goonie or a Ghostbuster or a stoner, like whatever it is, right? And so like I hope the script is a little different than that, because I feel like we've gotten a lot of that. I'm okay with them just making a whole new film with a whole new cast, although they can't do that without bringing in some of the older cast. So it's a tough line to walk.
Yeah. Do you think a Goonies sequel, a Goonies 2, needs to be set in the 80s?
Ooh, that's a really good question. Yes, but with the entire original cast, and it is never once addressed why they're all 50 now. Like, have them in the exact same clothes, and then they're all just like running slower, and they're like, "Wow, this is tough."
Well, so like there's a couple ways they could do that then. Like the Goonies is like a club. It's just what they call themselves. And you could set it in the 80s and just follow another gang of Goonies.
That's true, because the Goondocks is a neighborhood that is under threat of demolition by those greedy corporate jerks who want to build a golf club on the side of, or a golf course on the side of a hill.
I don't think the decade is too important, because if 90% of the movie takes place in a cave that has no like Wi-Fi, then it's like, what decade is it in a cave, really? Like
that's true.
But caves are timeless, yeah.
But think about
it's a great code.
But think about who wrote the screenplay, the creator of the TV show The Goldbergs, of which every single joke is, hey, remember this thing from the 80s? Remember this thing? Remember this thing? I bet you don't remember this thing.
Well,
that's the whole show.
Like I'm a big Star Wars fan, and if you look at the recent sequel trilogy, I think it had a really tough time walking the line between the old characters and the new characters, and I don't think it ever truly found its balance. And so I hope that this movie, if it ever gets made, attempts that in a better way.
Yeah,
Janet, I was going to say, Janet's awfully quiet. I know you haven't seen you haven't seen Labyrinth. Have you seen The Goonies?
I have. No, it came out in 1985, so it was 9 years before I was born. So when I became conscious of the world, I didn't take the time to go back to watch a 9-year-old film at the time.
That's fair.
Just not how I spent my childhood. I know that could be surprising, but I do. The one thing I will say is I love the idea of this person just being like, yeah, I was just doing this for fun. It's just my hobby. Like, got some free time. Like,
I wrote a whole
I really
screenplay.
vibe with that as like a creative person, and all of us are to some extent. Like, just being like, this is my really intense fan fiction, essentially, and just tweeting out your fan fiction to the world. I think there's something really adorable about that.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see where all those characters shook out after the original Goonies adventure. I mean, to be fair, One-Eyed Pete's ship sailed off, and it's still filled with all those delightful treasures.
Yeah.
So there it is right there.
They all got to eat pizza on the beach. It was a great time.
And
man,
Does Goonies hold up? Like, should I watch it? Is it
yeah,
like
great.
film worth
I mean,
watching?
Seth just spoiled the whole ending, but other than that,
No, I watched it recently. It's great. It's
yeah,
really
it's
great
awesome.
movie.
It's one of my all-time favorite movies. But I don't know if, having not grown up with it, if you would find it as appealing.
I don't know. I think there's something about the kids, young kids being friends, going on an adventure in their own backyard that's really relatable to, any generation, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Criminals chasing you through a cave.
Yeah,
cartoon Italian villains. I think that we're timeless.
Yeah, we've all been there. It's a shared experience, really.
That's true.
All right, I think we are out of time today for this episode of News, Games, and More. Don't forget to let us know what you thought down in the comments, only if you thought nice things. Before we go, let's do a quick charity check. After a long Expo day, we've crossed over $6,000. That's so cool. We're currently at $6,118.50. That's so cool, you guys. Super, super happy about all that. We're going to take away all of Brian's collectibles. If we were going to take them away, all of Brian's collectibles, if we didn't hit 6,000. So
that's true. That would have been bad.
You helped us. He gets to keep them. Terry Schwartz recently donated $20 and commented, "Brap, brap, brap, brap." She's stealing Altano's lines.
That's fine. She could take over. I'm losing my voice.
Dad Rado donated $100 and said we did it.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's a lot.
Dad Rado. I know who that is.
Jordan A. DeCourcy donated $60.
Nice.
And threw in their own brap brap. So
I'm going to be out of a job.
Yeah, putting Altano out of his job, though. All right, everybody. Summer of Gaming continues tomorrow with day 2 of IGN Expo, followed by Sony's highly anticipated, as Altano was saying earlier, it feels like Christmas Eve tonight. Sony's Future of Gaming conference, plus more IGN coverage, including Next Gen Console Watch, where we analyze weekly news on everything related to PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. I'll be on that show. Plus more speedruns, series, trailers, news drops, and Sony's big State of Play conference. Whew, it's going to be a lot. For now, we're leaving you with something really special. Here's a moment we got to spend with Big Boss himself, David Hayter. It's part of IGN's Icon series featuring some of the biggest names in gaming. It's airing all month long, only on IGN.
June is Icons Month at IGN, where we're profiling iconic video game industry figures, characters, series, and themes. Today we're talking to David Hayter, the original voice of the legendary Solid Snake, about his work on the Metal Gear series, discovering the character's iconic voice, and why Snake is still so meaningful to people.
The key to Snake for me was the fact that he had retired, he'd moved to Alaska, he really didn't want to come back, but when it was time to go in, he can't help himself. He's driven to do the right thing. And he's driven to do the right thing beyond the parameters of his orders or whatever's coming down from the top, because very often he's being lied to. And what tends to happen with Snake is he'll get into a mission and then meet the people and realize what they need. And, and he tries to play it off and he tries to play tough, but he just can't help himself. And I think that that's really what makes him him. So many, and there are other heroes like that, but so often you get, especially in video games, you get tough guys who are just like straight out, I'm tough and screw you, and blah blah blah, and whatever, and that's fine. But that wasn't what Snake was to me. To me, he was all heart and all responsibility to the world and to the situation. He's not going to ever. He's going to risk his life and go toe-to-toe with a walkie battle tank to stop nuclear Armageddon, because that's just who he is. He can't help it. And I think that that's very endearing. And I think that's part of what, when you're a sensitive gamer, when you're an introvert, when you don't want to go out and you're afraid of the world and you care about things and the world just hurts you, it's nice to play Snake, feel like he identifies with you, and yet still is able to go out and do what needs to be done despite the fear or the obstacles. I knew that it was going to be a big game. I knew that that Konami and PlayStation were taking a big swing with it because they were showing me the cutscenes and I could see how revolutionary it was. I read the script. And you know, when I was doing the voice and I was able to, you know, it's ridiculous and it's gravelly and it's a tough guy, but at the same time I was able to weave in emotional heft to it and real pain into it. And there was a moment when we were recording the first game where I thought, I think people are going to really attach to this.
You're incredible. Like a movie hero or something.
No, you're wrong.
I auditioned with my voice, which is the voice I'm using now, and I pretty much sounded the same when I was like 28 years old when I got the job, and I sounded pretty much like this. And then I got the script and I started reading it and I realized that he had already become a legend as a special forces guy. He had already quit and retired, and he was tired and bitter and he didn't want to come back. And I started to feel like my voice was too young for him, or too unfazed by the world so far, because my life has been pretty awesome. So as I read it, I was just like, I don't want to go back. I want to be left alone. And that's how it came together. It just kind of, I just didn't feel right doing my natural voice, even though it was the voice that got me the part. I'll tell you, the biggest problem for me was that it's very difficult to end a Snake sentence up without it sounding ridiculous. So it's hard for me to ask questions as Snake, and yet that's all he ever does. But it was exposition you didn't need. It was like, I'm just repeating what the guy before me said. So they'd say, you know, this is a walking battle tank. And I'd be like, a walking battle tank? And they'd say, no, can you make it like a question? I'd be like, a walking battle tank? And it just doesn't have the same thing. So I had to ask 4 million questions in a voice that didn't really lend itself to that. So that was a constant struggle. And it's been 22 years. We've really explored the hell out of this character and this world. But I think that what I said about Snake's heart is something that doesn't come up very often, and I really do think that that's the key to the character. So, you know, when people do Snake impressions for me, which, you know, God bless them, you know, a lot of it is, you know, Colonel, I'm going after Metal Gear. And it's like, it's not just it's like you care about Metal Gear, and you care about the Colonel, and you care about who's going to get hurt. And it's a different, you know, it just gives the character a lot of heart.
That's a wrap for today's IGN Summer of Gaming coverage, but there's so much more in store. All summer long, we're pulling out all the stops to bring you the biggest announcements, exclusive trailer reveals, never-before-seen gameplay, and hands-on demos with the titles you've been waiting for. Log on to watch IGN Summer of Gaming online on IGN, Twitter, TikTok, and now on IGN One on your Samsung Smart TVs.
News, Games, and More is IGN's live news show every day of the week that covers all the day's news about games, movies, comics, and of course more. This is our daily live show that takes a rotating cast of IGN talent going over all the latest news of the day while taking live questions and comments from chat. We're live every Monday through Friday at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and you can find us on mixer.com/IGN, youtube.com/IGN, and twitch.tv/IGN. See you there.
If you're not following IGN on social media, what are you waiting for? We're constantly updating our feeds to bring you the latest news, gameplay, custom original content, the best user-generated videos and art, memes, and a whole lot more. Be part of the conversation throughout the year. Follow IGN on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, and Snapchat.
Everybody loves watching a speedrun of their favorite game. But what if you got the opportunity to peek into the minds of the developers while they watch their games getting completely wrecked? That's exactly what happens in every episode of Game Devs React to speedruns.
You can do that. Oh my god!
We invite you to ride along with the developers as they react to, question, and enjoy some of the most skilled players exploiting and speeding through a game it took years of their life to create. Join us every Saturday for a new episode.
The next generation of video gaming is on the horizon, and IGN is here to bring you the latest PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X news and analysis in our new weekly show, Next Gen Console Watch 2020. We'll bring on the experts to discuss and analyze all the latest developments around these new consoles. From frame rates, services, features, peripherals, and even all the new tech jargon, Next Gen Console Watch 2020 will keep you up to speed on everything leading up to the next generation of gaming. Join us every Friday for a new episode.